thought I'll just kind of tell you what is the agenda, how is the mood going to be set for the evening. So this is our fourth event that we have been doing. We started off, the first event was fairly small, low-key kind of thing where we had a few students come and then we got other students to come and meet them. But for the last couple of times, the last couple of years, we've been using it, it's an annual event. And we have got a lot of our speakers today who are going to come and share their journey, right? So one thing that I've said is, if someone comes from crack global, it is very easy for us to come here and tell you, do this, do this, do this, right? But today's speakers, they are not going to tell you what needs to be done. Instead, they are going to tell what worked for them, right? So this is their journey, this is what they did, and it worked for them. Would it work for you? Partly. Some parts may work, some parts may not work, right? But the whole idea is, when you hear and when you kind of make these notes, there is one thing that you need to know. What is that one thing? I mean, all things being equal, there is one thing that is very, very fundamental. By the time you are done today, by the time you leave 7:30 out of that door, there is one thing that you should have. What do you think that is? Sorry? Plan into getting into a B school, or more importantly, you need to have a goal. See, the biggest thing, if you were to ask me every year, is that when people get into this, see this whole GMAT and this whole application business, right? It's something that takes time, something that takes effort, right? And the last thing that you want to do is you want to do this just because your friend is doing it. How many of you over here are doing it because your friend is doing it? Like right now, you will not raise your hands, but in your mind, you are saying, why is he pointing towards me? Okay? But really, a lot of times, the reason why we do it is because our friend is doing it, correct? And many a times, we don't have the reason, we don't have the clarity. So if there is one thing that I want you to have at the end of this session, it is a clarity of purpose. What is it that I'm doing? Why is it that I'm doing whatever I'm doing? Right? So I'll give you an anecdote over here. So there was a guy who went to a rock quarry. Okay? You know what's a rock quarry? People are breaking rocks. So he goes to the first guy and he says, what are you doing? He's very despondent, he's very dejected. He's just kind of with a sad face. So he says, what are you doing? He says, can't you see I'm breaking rocks? Right? What can be more dreary than breaking rocks? He says, yeah, makes sense, you're breaking rocks. Obviously, you're not very happy. Then he goes to the second guy, and the second guy does not have an expression on his face. Okay? He's just like, just breaking rocks. So he goes and says, what are you doing? He says, I'm feeding my family. Right? It's not that I love breaking rocks, but I'm doing this because I have to feed my family. He says, yeah, makes sense, right? You're doing it because you have to do it. And then he goes to the third guy, and the third guy is enthusiastic, right? He's just looking at something and he's kind of going away at the rocks. He asks him, what is it that you are doing? And he says, I'm here building a cathedral that will last 1,000 years, and people will look at it and say, who was the person who built it? And I'll be proud to say that I had a hand in building that cathedral. So tell me, among these three, who would be happiest doing what he's doing? Who do you think will do a good job of whatever he's doing? The third one again. Do you think there is a correlation between having an intent or a purpose to begin with and the quality of what you do? Do you think there is a correlation? Yes or no? It is. So what happens a lot of times when we start with this dream of doing an MBA, see, at the end of the day, let me be very clear, all of us are breaking rocks, right? Even the CEO of a company is breaking a rock, right? Everyone, I'm sorry to use this, but even a software engineer is breaking rocks, right? At the end of the day, it's all about breaking rocks. But once you know what is your intent, what is your purpose, you will get clarity into what you need to do in order to achieve that. And the last thing you need to do an MBA for is because how many of you, and let's be honest, how many of you want to do an MBA because you want to earn more? How many of you are here because your current job sucks so much? More confidently you're raising your hands. The problem without having an intent or a goal is this, right? See, I think doing an MBA is like committing suicide. I'll tell you why. When do people think of committing suicide? When they are depressed, they are dejected, they have nothing else to look forward to in their current life. When do you think people want to do an MBA? Dejected, nothing left in the current life. What do you think they will get? What do you think they hope they will get after they commit suicide? Maybe a better world. What do you think in a rebirth, right? Next janam, life will be easier. What do you think people feel after they do an MBA? What will happen? Again, I'll get a job. That will be a rebirth for me. But have you heard of this Bhataktivi Atma? Lot of MBAs, if they don't know what they are wanting, they end up becoming this Bhataktivi Atma. If you have a life that is messed up, you will have a life that will be messed up and a 70 lakh. Right? So it's very important that you have the clarity. See, it may very well happen that at the end of this session, you tell me, Arun, thank you for this session. I have decided I don't want to do an MBA. Congratulations, excellent. Because the intention is not to push you down this place. The intention is for you to understand why you want to do it. Don't look at the guy sitting next to you. At the end of it, you have to answer to yourself. In fact, this is something that I tell. Even before the MBA interviews, even before the MBA applications, you need to convince one person why you want to do an MBA. And if you are able to convince that person, you can convince anyone in the world. Who's that person? You yourself. So when you're sitting here, ask yourself, what is it that I am getting out of this that will hopefully help me make a decision, help me get the clarity. Alright? So with that, we're going to start the session. The agenda is the first part before we have a break. We are going to have a series of speakers. Okay? So we're going to start off with Rakshit. So Rakshit is going to talk about his journey. Just to give you a background of Rakshit. So Rakshit did his MBA from Columbia. He actually is from Bombay. He did his chartered accountancy. Then he went on to do his MBA from Columbia. You know where it is? US, yes.
New York.
It's in New York. And what else is there in New York? A lot of things, specifically alluding to the Wall Street. So he actually worked in the Wall Street and he quit all of it and he came back to India to pursue his passion for startups, and that's what he's been doing. He had a tech startup called SmartOn, and then he was involved in another startup that manufactures cold coffee. You have probably heard of Drop Cafe. So he is one of the founders of Drop Cafe, and he's also an application mentor at Crackfable. So we have shared a lot of thoughts about why people want to do an MBA and about this whole journey. So I will let Rakshit kind of take over, talk about his journey, and post that we will have a Q&A. So any questions that you have, you can probably take it at that time. Over to you, Rakshit.
Thank you, guys. So the topic that is the topic that
I think we can be around.
The topic that is given to me may or may not be extremely relevant, but I'll draw parallels. So the topic that is given to me to speak about is why did I quit my job at Wall Street to pursue my venture, or my startup or whatever. But I think where the parallels are for you when it comes to your own plans of doing an MBA, whether US, Europe, you must be deciding where not, India, ISB, a lot of options. But where I kind of will focus on is more emotional side of things, more deeper. When you do well, I was with KPMG in their M&A consulting. Then I was with Wapogya Security, which is an investment bank. I was doing M&A investment banking over there. Why did I leave all of that and to do something So there are principally 4 buckets I will give you. And within those 4 buckets, you can probably slot all your questions in future. Whether you want to do an MBA, as he said, do you want to commit suicide, become a all those options will probably somewhere sit nicely in those 4 buckets. First option, or first reason why I thought I should not pursue what I was pursuing in US was emotional. So what do I mean by emotional? I'm doing M&A consulting, I'm doing M&A banking. I have a very cushy, comfortable life. Slightly hardworking is there, but that also subsides in the later part of your career. But a lot of money is there. And you still give all of that up because somewhere your heart is saying that, I can do something more than this. You don't know what at that point in time. You just feel that you want to do something more with your life, and this is not it. That's a very emotional thing, but it is very important. Startup founders usually come across as very cocky people, extremely unemotional, very rational, but they're extremely emotional people. Because without emotion, they will not be able to sustain the grind that they sign up for, which they don't know, but they get into that. Second is, so emotions is first. Second comes financial. I want to build this $1 billion, $1 million, you read on this newspaper, get carried away, funding, shunding, all that shit. And then you also want to be a part of that rat race, right? So you want to make a lot of money. That is completely right, by the way. So if you want to do your MBA from top schools and make a lot of money, there's no freaking wrong thing about it. Be very, very vocal about it that I want to make a lot of money. That's important in life. Success is important. So basically, financial reasons become second. That I want to build this huge ass company. And that financial reason is my second reason. Third comes professional. So when I say professional reason, it's basically I'm stuck in marketing, I'm stuck in coding, I'm stuck in HR, I'm stuck in finance, accounting, whatever that discipline you chose when you were all of 18 will hound you for the rest of your life if you don't make a course correction. Course correction can happen through MBA, course correction can happen if you take life in a chart. That is by doing your own thing, you change profession as well. There's no, so when he says you want to go back with a goal in mind, the goal is not to do a thing, goal is what you want to do. The way to get there can be several. It could be an MBA, it could be starting your own. You can shift your job without being in that. No one stops you from changing from tech to finance, finance to tech, nothing. It's just your own created problems in your own mind. I had nothing which I am doing coffee. I had never made coffee, but the founder of a coffee company, because we thought it has an opportunity and we learned it. So everything that I did still came to my help because marketing principles, finance principles, fundraising principles I had done, which I had to use in my company. So the third is professional. That I want to be all-rounded. I don't want to be slotted as a tech person. I don't want to be slotted as a finance person, as a marketing person. I think I can see the whole spectrum. That is also one of the needs of a human being. I had that need. I think that I see the whole circle. I don't want to just be slotted as one tire in the whole car. I want to be the car. And then the fourth is spiritual. But spiritual means slightly higher purpose. That I'm meant to make a difference in the society, in the planet, in the country, in the region, for the religion, for the sect, whatever you choose. That is all spiritual, right? That has got nothing to do with your individual thought process, but it is more than the business. It is a higher purpose driving your business basically. Now you can slot your problems in these 4 or desire to change your course correction in these 4 areas. I will be shocked if you can think of any other. I gave some thought, right, standing over there, what I can talk about. I could come up with these 4. If you have anything beyond this, please tell me, so that I can also think about it. For making any change in life, drastic change in life, you all are working professionals, I'm assuming. You all have a job, you all get paid. You will leave that to become an unpaid student for 2 years. So it's a big decision. You have to be extremely clear why you're doing it. The reason why I'm coming back to this, and I'm trying to give you a scare that you'll be not paid for 2 years, you'll be doing and all that, because the last 3 reasons go out of the door once you take a big step. So when you start a company, money does not, you don't see the money for the next 5 years for sure. Because until the company doesn't get sold, you don't see the money. Your salary is peanuts. Your salary is usually between 50,000 to 75,000 a month. Imagine coming from Wall Street and getting paid that. I was like laughing. But that's the salary. It's like that's not their problem. Investors will negotiate a bare minimum salary, sustainable salary in Bangalore, which is probably $1 lakh a month. So money you will not see. And if the startup fails or it's going through a bad time, you will never see the money. Professionalism goes out the door in the first 6 months itself. You don't even care what you're doing. at that time, because you are so, like, you're like in the grind so much, not having a weekend, not having a life, that you don't care. At that point, I would do anything to survive. So your professionalism of seeing the whole spectrum, your money is all spiritual, so you don't even care at that point. That's like a bigger difference in the society. Who cares about that? And your life is not sorted yourself. So the first reason comes to your health, which is your emotional. The first reason why you thought that your life is incomplete. And if you dig deeper, that will keep you going in your hard journey. That will keep you going through that loan. That will keep you going through all the Trump administration changes, whatever the fuck. I mean, I'm sorry, but the thing is that it is worthy of mentioning that word because it is so bad what is happening. I mean, I've stayed there for so long, and my friends who are still there feel so bad about it. That, as a colored person, as an Indian person that you are being looked at something or whatever. So it's horrible that is going on. But you will see through all of that if your emotional quotient is strong. The core reason why you did something or the big bold step you took was intact. So I would just go back to that. Why I did that was because of that. And finances and professional and a little bit of spirituality, all three are gone. I'm just holding on to my journey because of the emotional reason. Because of the reason that I thought that this is not making sense to me. That's all it was. That I don't think I'm just meant to take someone else's business and be a broker in helping sell their business. It pays you well, but it was not satisfying enough. So in the hierarchy of things, sometimes you reach that place wherein you're not happy and you take a decision. Maybe I did that decision in your job. MBA is one of the routes to make a course collection. There are other routes available. Please explore them so that you don't curse yourself that you took a route which was not the best when you are in that no man's land. It happens. A lot of people will not find a job or the job they're liking. They will feel that, why did they do that? But you have to have a reason. It also gives you, in my opinion, 2 years of time to think what you want to do next. It's a good ground to help you think through your next career decisions. Most of the people, including myself, are CA. And the problem with that I felt was I took that decision to be a chartered accountant when I was 18. I didn't like it at all. Just by being a good student, sometimes you can get through the exams. But that doesn't mean that you like that profession for the rest of your life. If I had been a CA, I would have been miserable CA. Absolutely miserable. Like with my life, I would be hating it. So I basically did a course correction. So course correction can happen through multiple ways. But all those learnings that you had, the job that you have, the IT job that you have, will all come to some amount of help whenever you do the next okay, whatever that is. Even if you move to finance, whatever. Coding, which people hate, I tried learning coding also because it's so important in a startup world. So I've gone to all online classes, tried to learn, so that at least I can work with the developers and stuff and tell them UI, UX I learned, marketing I learned. So now coming back to my professional growth which happened through this process, I'm a very good growth marketer, I'm a very good presenter, I can tell my story really well, I can raise funds for a company that is not gone because I can sell. So all those things basically will come to you once you make a decision which is harder than what you think. I became a script writer, I became a mentor over here to work with stories. So storytelling, I'm saying, it becomes so important when you become a startup person because you have to be able to craft your company story, your story well so that people believe in your product, services for yourself. I'll take a pause here because I don't think anything more than that I want to say. I'll answer your question that you have. I know it's off topic, you guys are preparing for your MBA and stuff, but happy to answer any questions about MBA as well because I am a mentor with Crackpurple for application services.
So I think that's a very good point that you mentioned, right? So what is, I'm talking about in financial terms, right? What is the most, or rather let me put it this way, MBA is your second most important financial decision in life. Right? Why do I say second? What is the most important decision in your life? See, all the married guys are saying. Married guys are wondering what would be more important. So, except for getting married, probably in terms of your investment of time, energy, money, MBA stands right up there, right? So, it's very important that you understand what it is. So, any questions, anything that you kind of been thinking, so we can probably take that up.
Yeah, I'm you're talking to someone who's lived in US for 9 years, who understands, been very ingrained with the culture over there, been living in Middle East also before that, now in Bangalore for 3 years. So I've seen some spectrum. So you can ask any personal kind of questions that, what is it outside, should we go, not go, and I have no incentive to tell you one versus the other. I'll tell you the right thing.
So what I wanted to ask is, I don't really know why I'm trying to go for an MBA.
You don't know, right?
I don't know. That's what
Okay.
the main point for me is. I want to earn more money.
So you.
So just to kind of this, the question is, I don't know why I should do an MBA. My only reason is I want to earn more money.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So you're within that bracket, right? Financial prosperity, right? I need to make more money. This is a fair thing, right? So you know the reason. Why do you start the answer saying that you don't know the reason? You know the reason, right? You want to make more money. Probably your job gives you X. You probably expect 5X in your life, and it's fine. So that's a good place to be. Have a broader reason than that. Sometimes it helps you because you will make your decisions wisely after your MBA. That's all. Your first job after your MBA may be paying you more, but ask yourself who you are. And those 2 years are good enough for that. Don't ask yourself right now. Prepare for your essays and all that. First get in. I obviously get the admit letter, then do the soul searching. Soul searching can happen later. Soul searching will happen during your course of the MBA. Then you ask yourself, what am I good at? What am I really passionate about? Because life is giving you a second chance. Don't waste it again. We were all unfortunate that we chose something that we didn't like in the first go. Now life is giving you a second chance. Don't be hasty, don't be greedy. You want to make money, but if you do well in whatever you do, you'll be awesome at that, you'll make more money in that. So 2 years is only for soul searching, don't study. So do soul searching. No one cares what your grades are in MBA.
By the way, back there, are you able to hear Rakshit? You're able to hear, right? Okay, good. So just to kind of tag along that question, Rakshit, there are people who are probably wondering that yes, money is a reason, but when Harvard Business School says, why do you want to get into Harvard Business School? I cannot say, I want money. So it has to be slightly more. So what could they possibly tell Adcom? Yeah.
The crack verbal Adcom specializes in that, crafting a story. So basically, what I do when I work with applicants and what I did for myself is trying to understand who the person is first. Like, so if you, hello, what's your name? Abhishek. So if you basically come like so to a person like me, and there are many more people who do this, but I will not even ask you why is X school versus Y school. I don't care at that point in time. That is a later time discussion. I'll first ask you your childhood, your schooling, your education, what you cared about, what you didn't do, what you could do, all of that, to understand what you're truly good at, what you're truly passionate about. From there we extract a story which can lead your overall theme. And that becomes your base, which is soul searching, which you never get a chance to do because you're so caught up in your life. So somebody basically helps you do the soul searching, which you kind of develop when you're in the school as well. So a lot of good stories come out, and Anudeep, who's here, especially from Dubai, who's here, talking about his experience of getting into INSEAD. I work with him very closely. He'll talk about how do you craft your story, how do you pull a story out. And we had a great session. I do it for, actually, there is some money involved, but I think I like it more than that money part. Because whenever I work with applicants, I can understand that, they believe that they don't have a story, but they usually have a good amount of story, which can come out as their goal, their purpose in life. Money obviously is important, but never say it. You have to lie in your application process, which is fine. But have a compelling story that basically moves the reader. That's the idea. I mean, because imagine you're reading so many, all of them want to do something in life, but what is it that stands out, can be done? And everyone is capable of that.
So I think what you want to do in life is a bigger question, even more important than writing the answer. I think, as you said, right, the soul searching, it's a process that takes time. Yeah.
I think slightly off track, but how difficult was it to get into Columbia at your time?
So, Rakshit, that is just to make you feel old.
So, I mean, the good part is that some of these universities are 150 years old, Wharton, Columbia, Harvard, right? So, they have been established entities for so long that the process or the yield, as they say, of admissions are the same. For time, I think in the last 50 years it has not changed. So it has always been tough. There's always a way to get in. It's always slightly difficult for Indians, as I always say, because of the amount of applications they receive. Hopefully it will be lesser, so it's a good time for people to apply because Trump administration will go away, America will still remain a good place to study. So those things you have to take a slightly longer term bet sometimes on the whole process. You cannot be carried away by things that are happening, and it's not so bad. Media also clears it up. But to answer your question, yes, the process was always difficult. The percentage of people who would get in were always less than 5% or something like that. But the three components which you can easily keep an eye on, one is the GMAT score, the second is a very compelling application process, and the third being your WorkX. So either or, if it is not within the range, sometimes can be detrimental, but one versus the other, sometimes you can compensate also. Your work experience is really good, your application is good, a slightly lower score may be okay. But as an Indian applicant, I always say that it's okay to wait for another year, but go with a higher score. And never compromise on your dream school. It could be any school, for whatever reason, but don't compromise. Take one more attempt, take one more year. Anudeep is an example, again he'll talk about this thing. He was diligent about getting into certain schools and he kind of just put in that effort and it's possible. So it's nothing it's not luck, it's sheer hard work sometimes.
So GMAT is not the most important thing. The most important thing is oxygen. After oxygen, GMAT scores. No, actually I've heard this a lot of people, especially in the school marketing team. You have to understand the marketing team has a different KPI. They are looking at number of applicants. So they keep telling, oh, the school is not, score is not important, go ahead and apply, correct? If that were to be the case, do you know the average at Stanford this year? The average GMAT score at Stanford is the highest ever. It is 738. Explain 738 to me. Average GMAT. You know what is average, right? 730 below average. Correct? If you were to get admitted. So GMAT is important. So you just have to kind of take that.
But you have to be mindful that if your work experience is really not stellar, by stellar I mean you can get it evaluated at places like track level, that is it like really standing out. It doesn't stand out, then work on your GMAT. Work on your story. Don't compromise on your story. Start early on your application because it may take probably 6 months to come out with a perfectly crafted story. You can underestimate sometimes the amount it takes, the takes and the retakes and the revisions, and you show it to people. So your story can be stronger. If your work experience cannot change in a year, right? You've been on a certain trajectory, you can't change it overnight, but your story can change a lot. Your score can change a lot. So these are the two variables you have. Work experience, you don't really have a control from here on. You just have one more year, you can't do much in that. So that's how I would like to take it.
Yeah.
So just like you did your CA and then went for an MBA abroad, how about people who done their MBA here, work for a while here and now want to change their field and go abroad? How do people in the US or say talking schools in Europe or the US feel that? Is there any possibility of people being viewed detrimentally in that aspect, or is it still fine?
It's a classic case of double MBA.
So the question is about doing a double MBA.
Yeah. So the classic case of double, look, my higher level suggestion is anything can be justified, not for MBA, anything in life. Provided you have a compelling enough reason for it, right? So what is that compelling enough reason? If that is the reason that you can articulate well, double MBA, triple MBA, nothing. I mean, I have friends who have done double MBA after going to Bajaj and SB Jains of the world, which are not so, they're decent enough in India, right? They still want to do an MBA from Wharton or whatever, just because they felt that they wanted to get a global exposure. And they could articulate that story that how they were kind of stagnated because they were not getting breaks outside of India. Now they are looking for a global exposure, this, that. So there a connection can be built and a story can be built around it, then it makes sense. But if you just say I'm doing an MBA because I want to work in US for $100,000, that wouldn't sell because that seems just wrong, Because what is the guarantee you will do well again after that? So that is where they're skeptical. You have to just justify it with a very strong argument. And that is not only for MBA, but everything in life. So I've seen a lot of job and sector changes also in my life. And people have been able to successfully convince that why they are so passionate.
So in fact, one of our students, Neeraj Kakkar, so he was MBA from MBA Gurgaon, and he was in his early 30s. And anyone who talks about age and GMAT scores, he had a 770, and he applied to top schools. He eventually got into Wharton, and he graduated from Wharton, and he went on to found a company called Paperboat. Have you heard of Paperboat? So the founder of Paperboat is a Krakow student. So every time you buy Paperboat products, you get a 10% discount. No, you don't.
But that's very interesting.
He did his MBA from India, right? And he was working in Coke as a GM,
Yeah.
right? So it's not that he was not getting a job, but he was able to justify why a US MBA would help.
Yeah. But just on that, sometimes a lot of people in my class also were trying to figure out their life actually. What do they want to do while they were in the MBA program? And that's a very, very, very good space to be. You shouldn't know because you've not seen a lot. So once you basically see a lot of options, make your decision in the second half of the program rather than the first half. But the unfortunate part is that you can't write that in the essay. You have to be very clear what's your short-term, long-term goal and all that. 5 year, 10 years, no one knows right here. Like who knows? But you have to have, in that moment, you need to have clarity what is the next 5 years. So every time in life, in that moment you have clarity on it. That's all people are seeking. If you change your stand after a year, no one will come and shoot you. Because it's okay, you change what you want to do. But in that moment, I will clear it. That's how companies' projections are built. It changes every 6 months. But in that moment, you're still making a 5-year plan. That's what it is. So you have to be clear.
I wanted to ask how important is the short-term goal to lead to the long-term goal? I mean, as of now, my short-term goal is different and the long-term goal is the short-term
From
goal.
an application standpoint or a real life standpoint?
Not real life. Real life, I know I'm like pretty much settled, but
Because there are two different situations. So from an application standpoint, it has to merge into your long term, right? You can't
Just
say
to repeat the question because people are also
Okay.
viewing it online.
Yeah.
So you have a different short-term goal, a different long-term goal. Is it okay to have, so your long-term goal would be to become a, let's say, an entrepreneur?
What's your long term goal? Let's be specific.
yeah, I already have an online school for clothing. So right now I'm in software, but right now I don't want to start like a startup for it. Like I want to just that to be a hobby. But my long-term goal would be to lead like.
And what is your short term goal then?
To be in software itself. It's not
After
like
MBA.
a job. It's
Like a
not
product
like-
manager or something.
Yeah.
So in this case, for an application purpose, I can tell you what your ideal short-term goal could be leading up to your long-term goal. Your ideal short-term goal would be to work with an established, well-funded startup in a product, merchandising, marketing, whatever skills that you think are lacking in you right now. So you can say that up till now, I've done technical side, I've done coding, I've done X, Y, and Z, supply chain, operations. What I lack is the marketing part, this, that, the other. After MBA, I want to do that in a company, and then with both these experiences, I can launch my own company after 3 years or 4 years. That becomes a coherent story. Now that may or may not be your actual decision, and you may not completely do your startup after MBA, which is fine. But at this point, it makes a logical sense to me that you've done something, you're lacking something. That's why you're doing an MBA. You will do that, and then you will learn something like that.
5 years ago, did you know you would be sitting here and asking this question?
I think I'm pretty much new.
You knew 5 years ago.
See,
Excellent. So, because I can speak 99.99% of people in this room had no clue 5 years ago where they would be.
No,
So
5 years ago I was in engineering college, so I knew.
that you wanted to start something on your own.
Yeah.
That's
Okay, that kind of clarity very few people have. But the rest of you, don't worry. She is not the representative. I have no clue what I'm going to do 5 years down the line. So I'll write something in the application and then Jai Mata Di and see what happens.
But to give you a sense, you've got the understanding, right? What are they looking for is a compelling reason why you want to do an MBA. So you have to be honest about yourself that I lack these skills. It could be brand building skills that you've never done before, and in any company, you have to be able to do brand building, starting with your own self. Then secondly comes marketing skills that technical people and finance people lack. Without marketing, you can't survive. Digital marketing, this, that. So these 2 or 3 become the obvious areas of your weakness, which is accepted because you never did it. And so after your immediate graduation, that could be easily your short-term goal. Not for application, actually, also, because you actually lack it. If you truly want to launch a company, these are some of the skills that you can learn while you're in a job setting.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to ask, how do you decide between doing an MBA in India or in US?
MBA in India versus MBA US.
I can, these actually you are better qualified. But I was already in US when I decided to do my MBA. I was already working there. But actually after going and studying over there, I feel that if you can create the means and the resources, and I emphasize on that, if you can create those means and resources, I think it's a great experience. Or not just US, but even good European schools and stuff like that. It just opens your horizon to other possibilities. I think I will not be the person I am without having been exposed, not accrediting US or MBA. Just that exposure is important. When you see a lot of different ideas coming to India, you can easily identify which trends are happening. You can pick on the new trends which are not yet done. So from a business lens also, it gives you a lot of thinking. The network is just not in India, it's beyond. So even if you're working in a corporate, if you want to launch something in that position, it becomes easier. I think from all of that, your branding is slightly different. All of that put together, it has a merit. I'm not necessarily saying that you will learn any lesser in India. Some of the schools now in India are, if not better, they are equally good in terms of their curriculum, what I know. However, the plug that they can't make it for you is the exposure that you will get. And to that extent, I will always defend, provided you can create those resources and means for yourself.
I agree perfectly. What is the full form of IIM? What Institute of Management? ISB? Indian is there as an adjective, right? So in that sense, you have to understand that this is a great school, but globally, if you were to go to Wall Street, for example, let's say an ISB brand may not be as beneficial as a Korea brand. So I think it's a question of choice. Anything else? Any other questions? Yeah.
Hi. When it comes to having clarity about the post-goal MBAs, the way I see it, that we should have a problem to solve. It can be of any level or magnitude, but there is a risk associated that I feel if we go very specific around the problem. So there are other ways, as you said, to approach the same problem or solve. So we might fall into the trap that, you know, why you are just going for MBA, because you could have taken the other path also to solve that problem itself. And then we get into the trap of, you know, justifying that no, MBA would be helpful or the institute would be helpful. So to give you an example, let's say I am more interested in valuing things, so I can maybe pursue. So maybe I can pursue my CFA along and then maybe a part-time start at least valuing instead of just waiting for the, you know, school.
So the question is, there are multiple ways to get to my goal. How do I justify MBA as the best route to get there?
And the more specific we get, the more riskier.
So you are hitting on the application process. You're hitting on the application process. So I'll answer it from an application lens, not from whatever. So never in the application should your goal should be so specific, which these days can be done online. So whether it's valuation, whether it's growth marketing, whether it's coding also, you can all learn it online, right? So you can never say that, oh, I don't know company valuation. The answer is go online. I'll teach you company valuation in 2 weekends, right? So then what? Then MBA has no meaning. So you should always have a much higher reason to basically say brand building. You know, you can probably learn the concepts, but it requires some back and forth. The way you justify anything that is missing in you is through multiple ways. One is that I don't have exposure of international class if you're applying to outside India first. Second is, some of those schools have experimentative kind of classroom teaching, wherein you'll be a part of some kind of a club and all of that. So those club environment you will never get in something that you will do on your own. Third is just the network that you want to build around that skill that you are targeting. So if you are getting into, say, marketing or whatever, you want to have a network of people also in that. If you want to launch your own company, you need again a network of people who are willing to help you with that. So it's never one reason that you can apply to an MBA now, because it will be looked as foolish. You can just go online and learn it from somewhere. So skills are not that you are trying to go to an MBA school for. There are boot camps these days which will teach you those skills. In India also they exist. Simply Learn, I think, is there. And those are boot camps, right? You come 2-3 months, whatever is needed in your life, they will solve it for you. But is Simply Learn equal to a Wharton MBA or a INSEAD or whatever? Maybe not, right? So the reasons are broader than just skills. Just keep that in mind. So you don't have to defend or whatever. You have to make a compelling story, and please have someone read your essays, read your application, because without that you are not in a good position to apply. Not because these guys do it and I'm trying to sell that service. I've read the essays before and after, and they are very different. So these kind of errors you are prone to making because you are thinking from your own lens. But you need a second, third eye which will basically tell you that don't write this because it's a need. We'll craft something around it. So your company valuation will become M&A consulting, certainly. So, and something around that. And that makes some sense that you need a bigger institution for that. Yeah?
So we'll take the last question. Yeah. Are you able to hear me? This is a fancy mic that I've been. Makes me look like a. So, yeah.
So suppose someone is looking for an MBA to work and settle abroad, what are the factors they should be looking at?
It's a good question. I think.
What's the question?
The question is, if you're looking to do an MBA and work abroad, what are the factors you should be thinking before selecting a school?
Right.
Very good question, because a lot of people ignore it, and the quality of life differs a lot in the country, the region of the country that you choose. I can talk about US. I've not done a lot of research on Europe. I'm not qualified. Maybe someone else can handle that. But in US, if you're looking at settling down, you should choose the coasts. Coasts are California, coasts are New York, coasts are Boston, some of the more liberal states, because there are some very conservative states in US which have good schools, and you may not want to settle down over there. And the closer you are to your work life, you can network with while you're in school. So there's a concept called school year internship in a lot of schools. So if you're in New York, if you're in DC, if you're in California, if you're in Seattle, if you're in Boston, some of these states which are called coastal states around the coast, they are more liberal for better quality of life as an immigrant, I'm talking about. And that existed even before Trump era. The conservative states were always conservative. They just now feel that they have a voice. They always were conservative. So basically those states are where you can network while you're in school, start working, getting a feel for it, and apply. So that's my take on where you should be. Some people differ, they say that it doesn't matter, but I feel it does. So it's a good question. For Europe, again, you can choose which countries you go to, where you can get a job. Because their economy should not be in depression. There are some countries which are always in depression for some reason. So then you will not get a job after that over there. So which means then you have to start looking outside the country. Then that degree should be valid outside that country. All that factor come into picture.
So basically, don't go to North Dakota or some place.
Those are the Bihar and the UP of. In my opinion.
But true, in terms of the research, I think one thing, are you able to hear me from there? Okay. So one of the things is about research. I've had people who came and told me I want to apply to IE Spain. And I said, what research have you done about Spain? They said, I have watched Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. Okay. That's not the kind of research you are doing.
I was referring to that country only.
Okay,
Always in depression for some reason.
And again, see, there are other things that you have to consider, right? For example, if you go to Spain, what kind of food are they going to have? Go ahead. Idli dosa. You're going to have Spanish food. How many of you are vegetarians? Right? I'm vegetarian. Europe, it could be hard. So these are things culturally you have to adapt and you have to kind of be cognizant of those things. Right? So
last two, yeah.
So you have done your MBA and you come back and wanted a startup or something. So what I have in mind is I don't want to work under someone maybe 4 years down the line. So definitely I'm working on it now.
Yeah.
So how good will an MBA be?
So his question is that he doesn't want to work under someone 3-4 years down the line, which means he doesn't want this reporting line and all that. You want to be your own boss, fair expectation from life. And second is how good an MBA would be in supporting that expectation, right?
And also how the environment will be there.
Where?
In an MBA college, how will it help for a
So most of the MBA schools now have recognized the fact that a lot of people want to at least experiment the idea that they are toying with, right? Which is perfectly alright. And they all have created clubs and societies and structures, one slightly lesser than the more, it's not all equal, right? But all of them have ability to help you with your experimentation. Most of them. Having said that, whether I'm a big fan of that, not really. Because entrepreneurship cannot be taught in schools. That's my fundamental belief after having gone and taken an entrepreneurship class. I still write MBA in strategy and entrepreneurship. That's just to fool the people. I didn't learn anything over there. But what you can do while you are actually trying to do an startup 3-4 years down the line, you can actually start experimenting.
I'm already working.
Okay. So then you can experiment with your idea irrespective of your MBA decision. So my suggestion to people who are caught in this conundrum of an MBA versus a startup or an MBA versus something else, it could be writing if you want to be a writer or whatever, it doesn't matter. Anything which is non-traditional you want to do. I think the best thing to validate is through an experimentation that you do, which compels you to believe that this has legs. Right? So the MBA is a finite thing. You get your admit letter. If you thought about it, if you think it is a good backup or whatever, get your admit letter before anything else. Because once the admit letter is there are schools which will let you get in 5 years also from now. 3 years at least. Some schools 3 years, 2 years, 5. So they give you that shopping period, basically. You can shop your life. You can build a company and fail also and then go. Because that admit letter is valid for you. But you always experiment with your idea. Don't give up on that idea. But first get your admit letter, push it by a year or two. Trump will also go away. Hopefully. Then you basically build, if your idea doesn't have legs, it doesn't go through the next 6 months or 9 months or 12 months, then you go for an MBA. So you've done both. But putting fully into MBA without testing your idea will always feel that hollow feeling while you're studying for accounting class in your MBA, you feel what am I doing with life? But you've done that already. So manage that way.
But with these kind of profiles being suited, like will it help?
It always helps. So I mean, a good school background always helps. My description in introductions by investors is still, oh, by the way, he's a Columbia alum. I've met so many investors in Columbia alum mixers that are organized in Bangalore. So people underplay, but it always matters.
By the way, you kept saying you don't want to have a boss. Not really entrepreneurship, right? Because the other way not to have a boss is unemployment. Think about it, that's also a good thing, no? Retiring. So we have one last question that has come online. So the question really is, how do you foresee, for non-US students, now that Trump and his policies, so, doing an MBA in the US?
So my take, I mean, it's a very, I don't know what I would do if I were in a situation like this right now. But think of certain decisions as a longer term decisions in your life. And one president, one leader cannot impact a country which is built for the last 250 years. So if you're really keen that you want to be in US because you see your life over there, for whatever reason, family is there, you've read about it, you visited, you liked it. I don't think one leader can be so strong. Yes, you will find the effects of those leadership in the immediate term. So I'm not denying that. However, do your research, and if you're fixated, I don't believe that if you're from here on, you are probably all 25, 27, 28, 30. You have another 30, 40 years of your life. And a couple of years, it's a 4-year term. And the way he's going, he may not be re-elected, right? So basically, a couple of years, while you're in school, it doesn't matter. So think of a broader perspective. I don't have a perfect answer for this question because it's a very personal decision in the scheme of things what is going on. But if you're convinced about a country, the fundamentals which are intact still, one leader cannot shake the country over so badly that everything will be off. The universities are still fabulous out there. They've built a great university culture out there. So those things will remain. But it still remains your personal decision, I would say. But take a longer term view about a country. Don't get carried away by some news that you read, because the way India gets projected in America is also very different. When I was in the US reading Indian news, I would think that every day there's some chaos happening. It's not, right? I mean, you have your life which is okay. But only the extreme events get reported in the media. Similarly, extreme events about US get reported here and we feel everything is collapsing. It's not. A lot of my friends are there and they feel that it's overblown. But yes, fundamental policies do change the leadership as we see in our country as well, and it's fine. And those don't shake the whole fundamental of the country.
Now think about it, it's not that you want to go and say, hello, I did my Columbia MBA under a Trump administration. Right?
No,
Like he's not saying,
no.
Bush ke time pe I did my Columbia MBA.
Bush nahi tha kabhi, Obama tha.
He goes,
But the thing is their fear as a student is valid. The fear is that you may not get a job as an immigrant, right? That is your immediate fear, that you've taken a loan and all that. And corporate America is fighting for it. And you know what? That industry over there is built on immigrants. So basically, you have to take a pinch of salt. You may have to come back to India, which is very unfortunate. All of those things are possible, but if you're taking a longer term bet on the education, on the A country's education, and on the entire country itself, I think those are decisions you have to quadrupulate basically with a lot of people if it makes sense. You can probably postpone by a year or two. It can also work out. But I don't have a perfect answer for that because immediate job situation, I think we've done some research, at least for the technical people, right? But I don't think that has come to the MBAs.
right.
It has only come to the programmers, I guess, right?
Right. So I think I agree with him in the sense that, you know what Rakshit correctly said, it's an investment that you want to make for the rest of your life, correct? Here is something interesting. You will earn 80% of all the income you earn in your life in the last 10 years of your career,
That is so true.
right? So what you're really doing is you're trying to position yourself in such a point that the last 10 years you are able to maximize, right? See, don't think of an MBA as a short-term bet, right? It's a long-term bet. It's like building a house. So if you build a house or buy an apartment, you don't buy it and sell it the next day, correct? You feel that there is an intrinsic value that will help you over the next 20 years.
On that note alone, I'll just end my case here. I mean, there's one, like you were asking, right? With Columbia help you or whatever. Besides the knowledge which is now ingrained into me, right? I mean, which I use it, but I don't even know whether I'm using it because of Columbia or whatever. The angel group which Columbia alums formed, which I'm fronting it, so I'm the front face for that angel group. It's called Morningside Angel because it's a street next to Columbia University. 30 people have signed up from entire India. One of them is Dabur CEO. He went to Columbia, I don't know when, maybe in 60s. He's that era guy. So
Nixon.
Nixon. So, and I'm talking to him, and he's talking to me, he's taking my calls. If I have an investment opportunity, I pass on to him that, look at it, whatever. So there are 30 such individuals of various vintages, but the only common thread is Columbia between them. That's the reason why they take your call. Now, try calling up Dabur CEO or owner. So, will he talk to you? So basically, I have that right to reach out to such people because of this degree. But I'm not even in corporate world, I don't even need a job from them basically. But I'm still able to reach out and I get my work done otherwise. For building a company, you need 1,000 people to help you, and out of 1,000, probably 10 people respond. So the ratio is always lesser who will actually work for you. The rest will say, yeah, very good, you will not do anything. So basically, so these kind of things will happen with a good brand. Anything, INSEAD, Wharton, they are all good brands. So any good brand that you pick and choose, you will get the benefit over a period of time, as he said. Even right before your death, you'll be able to milk it somehow, basically.
All right, so thanks a lot. I think
Thanks a lot.
Rakshit. Cool. So the next speaker that we have is Anudeep. So Anudeep was a GMAT student also. So he used to. How many of you have been to the Kormangala Center? Right. So you spent many days in Kormangala Center. So he took his GMAT. I will let him speak about his GMAT journey, but more importantly, he got an admit to INSEAD, so he's going to be joining INSEAD this year. So a big round of applause for him. Is it on?
Hi, my name is Anudeep. I started my MBA journey, I think, late 2015. I have a GMAT 7.
Keep your mic closer.
Closer?
Yeah.
So yeah, I started the MBA journey in late 2015. I have a 700 in GMAT. I have a couple of admits, one from Oxford, one from INSEAD. I have a wait list from Tuck, been rejected by Columbia and Yale, but I would say like, it's a draw match, draw series, I would say. So I did my undergraduation in New Zealand commerce. I really have no idea why I did that, but straight after that, I finished in 2011. Joined my family business, which is into handloom sari manufacturing. It's been doing that, we've been doing that for 60 odd years now. So I wanted to do, be close to the family, extended, and try to be close to India, basically. I joined them. In 2 years, I basically realized that it wasn't really for me. So I wanted to do something again different, but something on my own. So I moved to Dubai in 2014, started a trading company which basically does building materials for infrastructure companies there. And why MBA basically is that's the biggest question I've had to answer even in my essays. That I've built what I've done in Dubai at least is a very successful company. And why do I need an MBA then? So the answer is that when I moved to India and saw what we do with the family business, I felt that we were not doing it in a sustainable way. We've done it good so far, but I don't know if we'll be able to do it so well, maybe in the next, in the next 50 years or so. So I wanted to be a part of a larger organization to have my questions answered. So the company I joined basically, is Jazeera Emirates Power, which was started in 2010, I think, and now it's a 4,500 crore company. So I started an extension to that, a trading company, which we started in 2014. We sold it off for around 1990 odd crores. So in terms of volumes or numbers, we've done exceptionally well. So the question there was that, interacting with my bosses there, the question we kept asking is that, what's the difference between a Jazeera Emirates Power, which is into high voltage electric company? So what differentiates that from a Siemens, which is 300 years old? We don't know if we can carry what we are doing for a very long time. So then we thought maybe it's a good idea for me to be a part of a corporate organization, which I should have done, I feel, straight after university. But not one thing led to another. But so we said, okay, MBA might be the answer. So why an MBA again is I didn't expect MBA to basically answer the question. So I thought it would actually give me an opportunity to interact with a lot of people who might have an answer, or who might even direct me in the way I wanted to, or what I wanted to learn, basically, right? And so the MBA journey started in 2015, and I asked around what needs to be done, basically. And they said the first step is GMAT. So when I asked them what GMAT was, the last time I did maths was in high school, and so they said it's simple mathematics and simple grammar stuff, right? And I still don't find that joke. It's sometimes my first attempt was in late 2015. It was in December 2015, I think, and I did that by myself. So I didn't get a perfect 770, but somewhere close. So it was a 520, right? So
Always progress, right?
Yeah. So 520, and I still I was I thought the computer was joking, something terribly went wrong that day, this, and luckily I had some time off. So I told my bosses there that I want to take some time off and do this, and joined Krakow. And I had to do this multiple times, man. I wish I could say that I did it the next time, and then 2 months later I had the 700. No, it was hard work. I had to do it 5 times, which was actually the limit. So if I had another time, I would do the 6th time, but I was not allowed to. So luckily on the 5th time, I would say a lot of credit goes to this guy. He really helped me. Flying from Dubai to Bangalore, staying there for a couple of months is hard. But then he put all the resources there were. I don't know what he saw in me, but he really helped me there to get that set. So 700 was done, and we start the essays and how do we get the story right. And we thought we had a lot of time, which was around 4 months, I think, to do the essays and all that stuff. But trust me, like, that's the one big advice I give a lot of people is that start as early as possible, because I've done my essays with Rakshit and Mr. Arun. So the first draft, if I actually go through that now, it's 6,000 words, and churning that out, and I think we wrote some 11 or 12 drafts, and the final draft looks so much more different to what the first draft looked like. So I chose to apply to 5 schools, which some say is an insane idea, but luckily 2 out, and but again with TUC, I don't think I might take it even if I get it. I'm waitlist there. But INSEAD came along, and I thought it was fantastic, so I go there. So the main reason as I wanted to do an MBA was the people. So I wanted to test that out. So I spoke to INSEAD and I said this is what I'm looking for. So can you put me in touch with somebody? And what they did is they actually gave me the list of people working in McKinsey & Company, BCG around the world. And you wouldn't believe, I mailed a senior partner in McKinsey & Company, and then the person got back to me in exactly 3 hours, saying that I'm away, and I'll give you a call back. You give me a number, I'll give you a call back in 3 days. Had a wonderful chat with him, and I'm more convinced now. I've met around 15-20 people who are coming to INSEAD with me now, and I'm more convinced now that I've made the right choice of taking the MBA journey. It's hard work, but I think at the end of the day, it will be worth it, because it will actually give you an opportunity to see what MBA I hope will do is that so the entire selection process is so grueling that when you actually finally make it and be a part of a class. So just say I take an example of INSEAD, right? It's in Fontainebleau. It's in Singapore also, but I'm going to Fontainebleau, which is a very small town somewhere close to Paris. So imagine these high achievers who are handpicked by this rigorous application process, and then you are in the small town for a period of 1 year, it's a 1-year program, and you must get something out of it, right? The kind of you rubbing the shoulders with these high achievers should actually instigate. I really hope that I'm wrong in whatever I've done so far, and I come up with new ideas, and how I can build a better company maybe later or something. So all this thing, basically how I try to convince the business schools also was that I've made some mistakes with my family business thing, that I took it to South Africa, which was a terrible idea, then did what we did in Dubai. The mistake there was that we grew too fast, and we were very unstable, that we had to sell that company off. So all these learnings from different companies, and basically formalize all these and build on that to build a better company maybe later. So that's the idea of that. So that's my journey so far. I've actually taken my and I've quit the job. I've wanted quit it I think in March this year. So I'm taking a good 6-7 months off to do my extracurriculars, and then I will be joining INSEAD in August. So the key takeaways I'd like to tell here, especially you guys, is that the number one thing is doing your research about the school. I think it's very, very important. So basically finding why you want to doing an MBA is something you do for yourself. So once you have a solid why, I really encourage you to sit with, say, Arun. Actually, he helped me narrow there are 50 odd schools, and trying to sit down and narrow, these are the 4 or 5 schools. You will not be able to do 10, 11 schools. That's a myth. If you're doing 10, 11 schools, that again is I don't think you'll be able to do a proper application for each. So 5 schools is a good number. So when you do 5 schools, you need to know which. So basically you're missing out on all the schools you're not applying. So it's very important to narrow down what schools you're going to apply to, and once you have that list ready, so it also needs to, the kind of research is not that I like this school, but will that school like me? Will I be able to contribute to the class there? So that's where an example is that TUC was never in my list. It's an Ivy League school, it's a fantastic school, but it was never on my list. But I was convinced that after he told me to look into the school, and I was more leaning towards Harvard, but with 700, I didn't have any chance, but still I would have applied. But he said no, TUC is better, it's gotten greater thing. Not just Arun, but with Rakshit also. So kind of narrowing down the schools also really helps. So start your research, I'd say like 7-8 months before. That's number one. Number two is that choose the kind of support system very, very carefully. I'm like, you write your essay and then you show it to your mom and dad, or like, you show it to your friends. They're always impressed. I mean, like, whatever you've done, oh, fantastic job, like, super essays or something. But that's not good feedback. Sometimes, like, I'd say, like, with the 700 or like even with the 660, when I called my parents, they were really excited. They didn't know what a 660 was. Like, they were like, oh, a fantastic score, and like, they were really happy. Like, everything I'd show them, they'd be like impressed. That's what parents are supposed to be, right? So choose a good support system that like they give you the right amount of advice, and then like being critical in the right places. That happens only with professionals. So like that's where Rakshit came in place, and that's where Arun came in place. So that really helps you navigate through like what works, what will not work, and it's important to actually have a crisp essay, because like there's only so much you can tell about your life in 500 words, right? So that's important to do that. Apart from that, I would say, yeah, I mean, like, having that why you want to do an MBA, because like, mine is a very, very specific why. I don't think like a lot of people have specific why, because I had to show the school that, that like, you were making so much money, you were running such a good company. I mean, like, I was making the salary that a lot of people want to be making after INSEAD or like after Harvard or something like that. So trying to convince them that like, I will not be wasting, actually like the person interviewing me, INSEAD asked me that like, what would your motive be? Like, are you just going to get that INSEAD tag just for the sake of it? I actually want to contribute to the class. So it was very hard for me to convince them that like, no, I'm actually coming there to learn something from, I'm not just going there for wasting time. So it's important to know why you're going to do that MBA, and I really suggest you work a lot harder on that. But apart from that, I mean like GMAT, I
think great points over there. We can probably ask them to.
Sure.
So any questions that you have for Anudeep? Yeah.
The application process, are you like very confident that you would get into INSEAD, or
I was, I think, I mean, like, at least with INSEAD I was, but what happened with INSEAD is that, like, it was ranked number 1 last year, and then it suddenly became number 1 again. So, like, staying number 1 again this year increases the kind of the kind of people it attracts. And by that time, Trump had happened, so like a lot of people considering US were now considering INSEAD. So the biggest confidence I had was that INSEAD especially likes international candidates who have traveled the world quite a bit. For my advantage, I've done a lot of traveling, and I've been doing a lot of traveling. I've stayed in India for a very little time. So I thought that had an advantage, but I wouldn't say I had it like in the bag, like not 100% that I'd be going to INSEAD. But yeah, I mean, I knew at least one of it would happen, basically. So. And with 700 was the only disadvantage I felt was.
So INSEAD, as you realize, requires international experience, and your 3-day trip to Bangkok does not is not included in the international experience. So, yeah. Any other questions?
So, how many times did you appear for your GMAT?
5 times. That was the maximum. I mean, like, if it were 6, I think I'd be able to 6.
So, what was the driving force for you to keep on appearing for it?
That's what, right? Like, so the why I wanted to GMAT, why I wanted to do an MBA was so strong that, like, I had no other option. Like, I had an option as a business or something like that. So it was that, like, I really wanted to be a part of that class of, that drive comes from talking to a lot of people. I've been very fortunate enough to have private audience with some really, really interesting people over the years. When I wanted to do an MBA, like, I've met some very interesting people from Harvard, and like, being in Dubai, like, meeting a lot of Shobha, I think, it's a Bangalore.
Yeah,
So the managing director of Shobha has done his, he's a very good friend. He's done his MBA and JD from Harvard. He's a good friend, so like, I had personal interactions with him. He kept telling me what it was that, like, that separated an MBA from another entrepreneur. So I was very intrigued by that idea that I just didn't want to have an MBA, but then the experience, he or a lot of people told me it molded that person into a different way. I think I really wanted to be there. So if I were 522, so according to any GMAT's websites or GMAT clubs or something, you are supposed to increase a maximum of 120 points or something like that, right? So I was confident that if I had another attempt, I would have improved another 10 or 15 points max, because it was a 520, 580, 600, 660 and 700. Yeah. So I think it needs to be really strong why you want to do an MBA basically to be able to persevere there.
So one add-on question to that, at any point you feel, because there might be people who have taken the GMAT, and that question is, isn't there a self-doubt? Can I do it? At what point do I persevere, and at what point do I give up? So do those things kind of come to your mind?
They do, but then again, what point do I give up is again, it's kind of the kind of confidence I had, especially in this entire process, is that if I was able to go from I had nobody in Dubai in 2014. So if I had the ability to go there with just a couple of bags and start something on something out of thin air, and then being able to persevere that, that entire process was so hard that if I could do that, why wouldn't I be able to do this? It is at the end of the day simple mathematics and simple grammar. So it shouldn't be that hard.
Right.
So I didn't think I didn't want GMAT to win over this entire conversation.
But sometimes it does become a battle against yourself.
Yes.
It is not about others, but how well you are able to perform. Any other questions? Yeah.
To what extent is co-curricular activities going to make an impact on
Extracurriculars.
Extracurriculars, I would say a lot.
Sorry? You can.
So yeah, extracurriculars are incredibly important, especially when it comes to what I've done. I've built my entire, not just application, but my life on doing various things which make no sense. So what I'm doing right now is I've taken some time off, and I actually flew in from Dubai. I was supposed to fly to Greece tomorrow. Then I really wanted to attend this because it's important that I share this, because I wouldn't be here if a lot of people weren't if a lot of people didn't give me this kind of advice. So what I was trying to say is, I'm doing my pilot's license, which is completely irrelevant to what MBA is or whatever. So I do that as out of passion. So I want to complete my private pilot license before I go to INSEAD. And before that, I've been a part of several other organizations in Dubai, which, so what we do is for laborers, we conduct several activities, trainings and all that stuff. So all these come into extracurriculars. And having a range of extracurriculars definitely helps, but then just having it for the namesake of the application, I think they'll be able to find out that you just did this for the sake of it. You need to have something in you to be able to do it. But I had one of my reference letters for all these schools from the founder of the company I volunteer for. It's called Smart Life. And that really helped. So one of the schools actually called him and they asked him so Anudeep is so and so would you like to elaborate? And he speaks a lot. So INSEAD tells me that we're really impressed with the way he speaks and all that stuff. So you will have to find a genuine extracurriculars, I guess, but they really add a lot of weight to the thing.
So what do you think is, it doesn't matter whether it's directly related to a MBA, like a pilot license, but if you're pursuing your passion, it shows you as a person who...
But just don't do it for the sake of the application or something like that. Try to find something. What most of these schools, with the very little experience of GMAT, I'd say is that they like genuine passion for things. It doesn't matter what. So I have another friend who's coming to INSEAD with me. So as a for extracurriculars, they said bird watching, which is something totally thing. So they were able to highlight it so well that that gave a sense of peace to them. them, and like that you need to be able to show genuine cause for that extracurriculars that the school really likes you in that way. Like,
just a point to be added here, just from an application perspective, the extracurricular is extremely important. The reason being, they are also looking for a test which is called an airport test. Airport test is basically if you're stuck with someone on the airport for 10 hours, can you bear that person, right? So that is an important thing for you to remember, that if this guy has done 5 different things besides what he does, I can really spend time with him. Hey, tell me about this, that. I can learn from him. So that is one way of projecting yourself as a person who has a life beyond what the work demands. Secondly, if you have done any competitive sports, it also tells the reader that you can deal with failure, you can deal with situations which are beyond your control. Because in a team activity, you will really work hard in a sporting event, but you will lose because you're not bad, but the whole team lost. So that team building, team work comes into picture when you're a sportsman or a sportswoman. So sports, extracurricular activity is very, very important. If you've not done anything, please start. So that at least in a year you'll have something to talk about. Doing some social work is also important, not just for an application, but it actually gives you a different perspective, which is also important in later part of your life. Or it's all for a reason. And if you've not done it, any kind of extracurricular activity is extremely important for your overall packaging. Otherwise, you will come as a unidimensional applicant, which becomes a very challenging process even for hiring. So it's not even about getting into an MBA program. I used to take interviews of people from Wharton and Chicago and Columbia trying to get into investment banks. So that's a second level problem that I will face trying to get into McKinsey's of the world. And again, the same problem will come, that are you unidimensional or do you have anything more to offer? So keep that in mind. It's always important, not now, throughout, to build those things so that people can think that you have more to offer this kind of work.
So with that, any other last question? I'll take probably one last question here.
You earlier shared that you had come all the way from Dubai to India and you started coaching with them for the GMAT. So just trying to understand, so perhaps there was a gap between your work experience because you've come all the way and you were not,
How did you justify gap in your experience?
The perks of working for your own self, right? So the company we ran was like, I was a general manager, so I had the option of working for me and a couple of assistants.
So you didn't quit, you took a sabbatical?
Sabbatical, yeah, basically. So
So don't quit your jobs, okay? Really, if you have, try to explain it, but if you have not, then probably just try to take a sabbatical as Anudeep did, maybe take a few weeks off, a month off. Alright, so yeah.
Like you said, you're going for a 1-year program in INSEAD, right? So what made you go for a 1-year program rather than when you could have gone for a 2-year program?
Good question.
What would you suggest to the people who are dangling at a stage when they have to, decide on the programs which are provided by the good management?
definitely,
Just to repeat the question of 1-year MBA versus a 2-year MBA.
Yes.
So if you get into a club, for example, then how do you weigh both?
I would say that when I've applied to 2-year programs and 1-year programs, but the choice of 1-year program makes more sense now. First, it's actually the cost that actually comes into play. That US is increasingly expensive. It's really expensive to just finance a 2-year MBA basically. And at the same time, I thought I'm not really shifting careers, or I kind of I wouldn't say I know what I want to do later, but I have a little bit of clarity of what I want to do basically. And in many ways, I have that a list of things I would want to do at an MBA. So a 2-year MBA, at least from what I've seen from people, is that when people want to figure out something and then they want to have more time in the campus to get acquainted with the international business part of it, I think it makes more sense. But then having worked outside India for some time and having to work outside India, I want to come back to Dubai after INSEAD also. That it actually makes more sense to that. You have a geography specific, you want to come back to Dubai after, and you kind of have locked into where you want to basically go, is one of the other big reasons. And not just that, but like INSEAD itself, like the school itself, I think is one big reason. Like if I say if I got into, I did get into Oxford and Cambridge, but Oxford versus say Tuck or something like that, or even any other top MBA programs versus Tuck, I would actually go for Tuck. But INSEAD especially specializes in sending people to management consulting, which is where I want to be working in. So it made most sense for me to get into INSEAD.
All right, so thanks a lot, Anudeep. I think, and Rakshit is also, he has some other engagement, so he's been leaving, so he's going to discuss
So small
token.
token of appreciation.
I'll remove this for the photo.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Alright, so next we have Mansha. So Mansha has got admits to Darden, Emory and Kenneth Flagler, and I will let her give her background. So she has a background in engineering. She did her architecture from IIT Roorkee, and she worked for a variety of different companies in Bangalore over the last few years. And Mansha, so not just the US admit, but also how she's got a scholarship, sizable scholarship with
Hello everyone. So I'll talk about my experience briefly and focus more on the takeaways from my experience. Starting with a little bit of background about myself, I was born and raised in a small town of Rajasthan named Kota, and many of you must be knowing that it's famous for IIT JEE coachings. So I also did the most predictable thing, went to IIT. I always wanted to pursue a master's degree after IIT. I wanted to go for higher education. So that was clear in my mind. I graduated in 2014, and after 1 year of work experience as a business analyst, I found that I'm more inclined towards doing an MBA. So I was sure of that. I wrote my GMAT in 2014 and got a score of 720. So one question here, why GMAT, why not CAT, SAT, etc. That's my reason is same as what Rakshit also mentioned here, that I wanted global exposure. I wanted to be a part of diverse student community. I thought that such an exposure would groom me, and I believe coming from a small town, that was something that is really important for all the long-term goals we all have, going to a director position, vice president position and all. So that's why I wrote GMAT, got a score of 720. But I had very little clarity of what exactly I wanted to do. So like Arun mentioned, I didn't want to be a Bhatakti Atma. So I waited for a year, I had no confidence. Of course, my work experience was just 1 year, right? And till the time I would get into a B school, it will be just 2 years. So it's not just about getting into these schools, but it's also about getting into the B school of your choice. So that's why I thought of waiting for some time to improve my profile, to get more work experience. After 1 more year of work experience and switching companies, I was clear about what I want to do and how an MBA will help me to do what I want to do. So that's when I reached out to Arun. My biggest worry that time was, should I retake the GMAT test? 720 is an okay score. Should I go for a higher score or not? So this is what Arun suggested me, that every year average GMAT score for the universities is going higher. 2 years back it was 700 average GMAT score, right? Today the average is 720. So if you want to build up the credibility that, hey, the work experience is less, but I am smart enough to go through the rigorous MBA curriculum of your school, I needed to show something more than that, to prove myself that I am above average in academics. So, in my logical thinking, to say. So that's when I decided I will retake the GMAT test, and it was in 2015 I retook and got 740. was not exactly very happy. But what Arun mentioned, that you have to stop somewhere when you realize that there are other things in the process as well. And once I went to the next step, that's when I realized that the bigger worries are yet to come, and that's the application process. I thought GMAT score and resume, that's all enough. I'm good. But the essays, and what essays could be, your short-term goals, your long-term goals, and how an MBA will help you, why do you want to do an MBA, all those things. But no, the B schools want to know about you more than just your academics and work experience. And I wish I really knew about this before. They want to know your story of transition, of what you were, what you want to be, and what are the different things that shape up what you're today. So some people asked that are extracurricular activities important in the previous session. So those are important as long as they are shaping you up as a person. They are adding up to your personality. So that's why they want to know about you. They want to know 360 degree of who Mansha is. So when I started with this process, there are 4 things that I learned during this experience that I want to share with you. First was, of course, the decision to take the GMAT test. It really helped me a lot. Retaking the GMAT test, it did build up that credibility that I am above average. The second one was being genuine. I was very much tempted to state consulting as my post-MBA goal. And that's because Adcoms know that for international students, consulting jobs are least difficult to get into. My actual MBA goal was to get into data-driven marketing. And for international students, marketing jobs are tough to get in. But Arun suggested me against it. And this helped. My passion, the clarity of thought, the genuineness of connection between what I have been doing so far and what I want to do, it reflected in my essays. It reflected in the answers for my interview, and that really helped. The third thing that helped was coming up with the story on my own. So please don't go for any consultant who writes essays for you. Please don't. The way I and Arun worked for my essays was that Arun used to first brief me that through this essay question, they want to know this particular side of Mansha, and we need to come up with a story that tells about the takeaways which are in lines with those. So I would come up with, I will find a story from my own life experience, draft it down, share it with Arun, he will have comments, and then there will be multiple iterations on that. So after a couple of iterations on couple of essays, it really made me understand 2 things. One, how to present a story, and second, what Adcoms are looking for when they ask you that particular question. And it helped me in my interview process as well. I knew what the Adcoms want to know, and I knew how to present it. So that helped in the interviews as well. And the fourth thing that helped was being optimistic. I had doubts on my profile from day one. But Arun pushed me that I should apply to good B schools, because he told me that, again, I'm repeating that line, it's not about getting into any B school, but the school of your choice. You are going to make huge financial investment, going to spend 2 years of your life, so it's very important that you get into the B school of your choice. I many times had doubts on the stories for my essays, and those times Arun even scolded me. And in round 1, I got rejects from 3 of the 4 colleges I applied in, and I was very underconfident. And for round 2, I wanted to apply to US colleges of lower range in terms of ranking. And again, Arun pushed me that I should be applying to good schools. I did apply, and then Darren happened. I got admitted from University of Virginia, Darren. And that is in fact the school I want to get into. So this is what Arun told me, and it's important that you will get a lot of rejects, but you don't need to bother about it. All you need is just one attempt. So trust me, I too had a lot of doubts, and I was completely unaware of the process, my story, etc. But you have to get into the process to learn about the process, and eventually you will learn about the process. So at least start now. That's all I want to share. Thank you. Any questions?
So great. So any questions for Mansha? Anything about?
I want to ask about the scholarship. I mean, there are many people, many students who don't have a lot of money, but they want to have a global exposure and all that. So, is there any way, or and how many students can actually get benefited, or is it like 100 in one? Can you just give me the statistics and what is the criteria they look in order to give a scholarship for global exposure?
So just to give you this, one is getting a scholarship, other is having a PhD on how scholarships are administered. So she may not be qualified to give you statistics, but she can talk about her experience.
Yes,
or whatever.
So I don't know what percentage of students get scholarships, but I do know what the certain things that help me. I have interacted with other students who got admitted to the same universities, compared my profile, my scores, etc. So one, your GMAT score is very important. GMAT score helps, and for female candidates, it's a good news that they have higher chances of getting a scholarship. And I think it's also about how you bring out yourself in this entire process. What's the story you come up with? So I think what helped me in so I look at it like this. Emory was my safe school, and getting a scholarship from there is a way of saying that you are good and we really want to get you here. So that's why they offered 80% scholarship. I think what helped in Darden was that the story I came up with, the journey I shared with them, how I was so underconfident, and what are the things that I did to get more confidence, and some kind of inner struggles, things like those. So probably they like me as a person, and there along with my score, because for Darden I'm sure there are a lot of I think the average GMAT score is high for that school as well. But I think they liked me, they liked the person they were interviewing that time. So that's it.
So just to add to it, GMAT does play a huge role. So what I told, what is number one? Oxygen. Number two, GMAT. Okay, so it is important, especially for scholarships, because they have got all the people they wanted to admit based on a variety of different criteria. A 3-digit score gives you that confidence, right? So 740 and let's say 680, right? So there is one more question that we have got online, and I don't know how to answer this, but if you want to go ahead. Did being from IIT help you?
I think it did.
It did.
Yeah, because so again, my work experience, I was graduated in 2014. My work experience is just 3 years, but it did. They wanted to know what I did at IIT, what was my journey from there. And another thing that helped me was, that I want to share with you, is I worked in a startup before, and then I joined another company, Lowe's. It's a US brand, and they were more interested in knowing about my journey at Lowe's. So your company's brand also helps.
So one more question that I have is probably they don't know. So there was, have you heard of Duke? Right? So Duke has this very weird essay. Okay, the essay is, tell us 25 random things about you that would interest us. Right? So you have done that. So any thoughts on that? Is it?
I think on those 25 things, again, they want to know you, not how random you are, but so some of my answers were that I talked about my love for numbers, that how I am so addicted to playing Sudoku, or how do I try to derive patterns from the 4 digits on the number plate I see in front of the car in the car driving in front of me. So that reflected my love for numbers, and what I want to do is data-driven marketing. So it connects, right? It should not be random and all over the place, but it could be something interesting also, like I discussed about that I fast because of spiritual reasons. So that's not related, but then it tells me the kind of person I am. It tells them the kind of person I am. So I don't know what helped because I got rejected from Duke. So, but I think there are things that again add up to your resume and your essays. They collectively tell what you are, and it should be coherent. It should not some places talk about something else, some places talk about something else.
Yeah, but the whole idea is that if you understand these kind of questions, and this is a very interesting exercise that you can do. Today I want you to do, can you just give me the handout? Anybody's already got it? Maybe you have already got, yeah, you can just give me this. The one in Spain. So all of you have got this booklet over here. Do you have it? Okay. So one thing over here is this booklet talks a lot about the whole process. Where is the sheet? So it talks a lot about the process, but along with that, we also have this MBA profile page, right? So there are a series of questions that you can probably answer, and this is a sort of a mini quiz, and you give yourself points, and based on the points, you get a profile of what kind of applicant you are. So try doing that. If during the week you have time, try writing 25 things about yourself, and you will just start to realize the enormity of task that MBA applications sometimes can be. Right?
But don't get bogged down.
Don't get bogged down, right? But it's very interesting to kind of understand, because a lot of times what happens is when people come and they start writing, they talk about themselves. There is very little. In fact, we went through almost 30, 40, 50 things, but keep constantly thinking what can differentiate you, and pretty much at the end of the day, you will realize there are a lot of things that can be used. Alright? So cool. Thanks a lot, Mansha. Thank you very much. And round of applause for yourself. So the next speaker that we have is going to be, I just need to check. I know it is Guhaprasad. So the next speaker that we have is Guhaprasad. So he got an admit to IIM-A PGPH. Just to clarify, IIM-A PGPH is not the 2-year course. It is the 1-year executive course for managers. So Guhaprasad, he is working at a senior position. He's working as a VP for investment bank, and for him to take the decision at a later stage in his life, what prompted him, what are the things that went through, and where he is today. We would like to hear from you about it.
Hi, good evening friends. My name is Guhaprasad, and I recently broke the record of being the youngest person to join Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Okay, so just brief about myself. So I have an experience of about 20 years. I am a career banker. I have worked across different banks, and not like to name them. It's too boring to talk about that. But then it's been nearly 20 years, and you would like to ask that why an MBA or a PGPX at this late stage? I have had a fantastic career till now. My performance rating is absolutely fantastic. And I'll definitely share those reasons with you, but then there is some triggers which prompted me to go for this particular qualification and the institute as well. Yeah. So guys, everybody should ask oneself a question, that what is the time zone one person is in. The reason for me to do an MBA from a particular institute, both are equally important, not just doing the MBA, but from that particular institute, both are equally important. You have to ask yourself, what is the primary objective, what is the time zone in. A person who is new, who wants to do MBA from IIM, his objective will be very, very different from the person who has 10 years experience versus somebody who has had 20 years of work experience in the industry. So all the in fact, I want to just give you small statistics on the kind of people who have joined along with me. Some of them are as versatile as some person is working in Lok Sabha, some person, so a couple of people are working in Government of India, some people are working for NGOs, some people are already CEOs of their own, successful entrepreneurs, some successful brands, and which you use on a day-to-day basis. And definitely, yes, all of them have their objectives, but the objectives of each and every person is very, very different. Kindly do reflect with yourself that in what time zone you are in. That is the first point of starting. Now, what are the three primary reasons what motivated me to do this? One, of course, is the career progression. Career progression is the primary driver for me. Now, for all career backers, usually, if you say the career lasts for about 40 to 50 years. Yeah. So, say for example, if I started my career at 20, if I'm looking at to finish my career at 60, we have a long period of 40 years. And now, banking is a knowledge-intensive job. As a result, they tend to continue for another 5 to 10 years as well. And it is not uncommon to find in international banks people who are at higher age of 65, 70. It is not surprising at all. So, if I say that I have 20 years of experience, I still have say 2 or 3 more decades to go, a long period to go. That is one. And I do need to look at the fact that how I will progress in my career. Now, I'm a BSc Honors in Mathematics. I'm not an engineer, but more like a maths graduate, and I did it from Delhi University. Now, at a certain level, what happens is that as you want to target super senior roles for yourself, what typically happens is that apart from, it's like a pyramid, right? You have grown to a certain level, and what typically happens is that you are being interviewed, you are being evaluated at all stages. Now, if you want to move a super senior level, there are 3 things very important. One is the pedigree. Pedigree is nothing but the institute from which you come from. That is critically important. The second is your work experience, the quality and the level of work experience. And the third thing is, of course, the performance ratings or the skill set that you are going to bring across to the table. All 3 are equally important. However, if the pedigree is not there, might be that you will not even be considered for those super senior roles. Now, does this mean that you don't exist in the system? No. Yes, you continue to exist in the system, but in a very different way. Alright? But really, do you want that for yourself? Is the question that you need to ask. So, the first and the most important reason for me was career progression. And of course, the second one was to reboot and upskill myself. Now, again, I'm speaking from the banking point of view because of the fact that, again, you might be in different industry, technology, auto, or any other industry where you are, and you have to see whether do you want to progress your career in that particular industry, or do you want to do a change of the industry as well. Say, somebody who is into finance might want to move to technology, or somebody who is in technology want to move to an NGO startup, etc. Now, in terms of my career aspirations, I want to continue my career in the bank, and the institute that I selected definitely has a very good tradition of having lots and lots of senior people in the banking industry. Again, a lot of changes in my industry in terms of blockchains coming in terms of artificial intelligence, in terms of cloud computing. These are going to definitely have a tremendous amount of impact on the industry I'm working in. So, I thought that I will go ahead and reboot and upskill myself. That is the second objective that I had in my mind. And the third, of course, like Arun pointed out, that it's an investment into future, right? So you still have lots and lots of amount of time to be spent in your career in which you want to invest. So as a result of which, you should not see what you have already, say for example, somebody who already has 10 years of experience, so as I was pointing out. But he should also look at that he still has another 30 years to go for, and that is something that we should consider before making this investment. Yeah. So these are the 3 major objectives I had in my mind. And also one more thing, in terms of GMAT, I made only one attempt at GMAT and I got a score of 700. And Arun, in fact, I wanted to go for another attempt to increase my score, but Arun, convinced me that 700 is good enough, given that I already have some solid work experience. Now, in terms of my application time, the first application, I did one application, and it is the second time that I got selected. So the first time I was not selected because the professors did feel that I don't have a global kind of profile. And of course, during the next 1 year, I did work on that, and it is my second attempt at the interview that I got selected for IIM-A. So that was my overall journey. But however, thanks a lot to Arun and Cracker setup. Definitely, they helped me to crack this at the first attempt, and I'm pretty much happy with this overall result. And again, in terms of my application, I applied to only one institute. I was very choosy about and very specific about where I wanted to apply and where I wanted to get into. But definitely, as those who are younger lot, I would not like to suggest the same strategy for them. Please do apply at many institutes. For me, I had a particular specific objective, what I wanted to do here. Yeah.
Cool. So great. Any questions? Any questions, and then we can clap. Any questions? None? So I think, in terms of what I liked about Guhaprasad was also the clarity and focus, and the fact that when he took the GMAT, he knew that, the chances of getting into one school was, it's just a probability thing, right? But the focus that he had for GMAT was commendable, and that's one thing that I would like to tell you. Take the GMAT out of the equation, right? What will happen, we don't know. Make sure you take the GMAT and make sure that that part of the thing cannot get out of the way, right? So no questions. Then okay, suddenly 3 hands went up. Okay.
So often we talk about the kind of effort we have to put after we start working. So most of us we are into 2 to 5 years of experience. So how difficult was it for you to get back into the mood of that studying and all these things?
My simple suggestion: sleepless. Okay, so yes, it is going to be tough. What typically happens is that you're working throughout from Monday to Friday, and most of us do. In Bangalore, I've seen people typically working for 9 to 10 hours a day. Yeah, and traffic adds to the overall work stress. But then again, on Saturdays and Sundays, luckily all the classes that I attended was on the weekends, and that was a stretch, to be honest. But however, you might have to make that commitment to yourself, saying that yes, you are going to put in those extra hours. Again, there are ways and means of working that out. Again, for example, I study best in the morning. I like waking up very early in the morning. That is 5 to 7, 2 hours per day, and you have to strategize yourself. It is definitely possible because all the other people who have got selected are also people who have been working at a senior level. So they have been able to manage it. It's just that you need to plan it out and implement it. I'm sure it can be done.
So your question is, with 4 years experience, you are not able to study?
Yeah.
So you said 20 years ago. But good question. So we have one more question online that has come up, Gua, which is, with your experience, do you look forward to a career shift or growing within the function?
Yeah, sure. Yes, I am not looking for a career shift, but I want to grow in the same industry. Yeah, that is the key factor, because typically, doing a career shift at this stage is definitely feasible. Even you want to go into consulting, even if you want to go into tech or any other field, definitely. But however, what typically happens is that you don't start at a senior level. You have to start at the analyst or the entry level. Companies are pretty much open to giving you that chance, but they will also make those expectations very clear, saying that you need to join at the entry level or might be a little bit senior, but then you have to work your way up. Now, there are people who are brave enough to take that call, but however, given that I'm pretty much satisfied with working in where I'm working, in the industry where I'm working, I would like to consolidate my experience for around that. It is for career progression. Yeah.
So you take a last question? Yeah.
You have around 15 plus year experience. So in interview, actually, they are asking about career in school, college, and work. It's not specific to only work experience.
Would they worry about school and college, or would they focus only on work ex?
Okay, I'll give a brief on how my interview went. See, the IIM professors are pretty much, and in fact that's true of all the good colleges, they are pretty much informed of what you have done. Don't expect a question like, as you walk into the interview, that tell me something about yourself. they will start ask. They would have already gone through your profile in detail. They would have specific questions in mind for you, which includes school, which includes colleges, of course it is going to include your work experience, which is the most key factor, but however, plus your co-curricular activities as well. So they will be well prepared, and that will be an interview which tests you on all the grounds. Yeah. For example, a question to me was, why do you don't want to be the Prime Minister of India? So you can expect some sort of an off-the-cuff questions as well, which are not very conventional types. But however, usually, the questions always cover all these aspects. So you have to be well prepared. If you did a BSc Honours in Mathematics, they are going to grill you, why a BSc Honours in Mathematics, why not a BSc Physics or Chemistry or even a BSc General course. And you need to have a valid answer for that. Again, just to add on to that, they will also de-sell the course to you. If you say that I want to be X, I am currently X and I want to be Y after this course, they will say you can always, take some part-time trainings and be Y. They are always going to de-sell the course to you. They are not going to say that, okay, no, yes, you come and you will be able to achieve. They are going to do that, and you will have to have some very, very valid reasons that why you are here, for what purpose you are here. If you are not able to convince them, their selection is not possible. Yeah.
Just one question.
Okay.
Just like to ask that how much minimum year of experience is required for executive MBA, and do you need to be a manager to be an executive MBA?
Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Thank you for asking that. See, as far as I can say that there are two courses. One is the PGP, which happens through CAD.
Just to kind of repeat the question, it is A, with regards to do you need management experience? B, what is the minimum experience?
Absolutely.
Because there are people listening, that's why I wanted to repeat.
Sure. So what typically happens is that there are the people with minimum 7 years experience and plus apply for the PGPX. Anybody with less than 7 years experience usually applies for the PGP in CAD. Now again, there is no specific criteria for this, but however, for applying for PGPs, you definitely need an experience of 7 years plus. Now the second question was that, do you need to be a manager to apply? The answer is no. You can definitely go ahead and apply irrespective of what role you are currently in. Now, however, what is more important is that the question is that what is the value addition you have done to your current job, and that is the question that you will be grilled upon. Say for example, if I am being an analyst for the last 7 years without any promotion, that definitely is a red flag, right? People are going to ask you that what you have been doing for the last 7 years and why you are not grown up in your learner. So it is definitely not important, but however, these are the high, and if you are not getting promoted, you should have a very, very valid reason why it did not happen at the first point. So that is extremely important, that in case you have achievements in your career or popular activities other than your actual job, you highlight that as well, so that your applications become overall solid and well grounded, so that you can actually market yourself to the Adcom. Does that answer your question? Yeah, sure. Thank you.
So, thanks a lot. I think we had a great session with Guhaprasad. So,
thank you.
So it's actually very heartening to see a lot of students were in the class or outside, coming and chatting. The third is the fourth speaker that we have is Abhinandan. So I will let you give your introduction, so let me just not steal the thunder from. Yeah.
Thanks, Arun. Hi everyone. My name is Abhinandan. I'm from Mysore, not so far from here. In fact, it's easier to go to Mysore from my place in China than go to work every day. So it's true. So I am basically a mechanical engineer. Currently working with Schneider Electric here in Bangalore. I started off as an SAP consultant. Now I'm a project manager for a global IT transformation project. So the career has been going good so far. There's no reason to quit and do an MBA. It's been going the direction the way I had wanted it to. So why MBA, right? Have any of you heard of this person called Casey Neistat? Sorry? Casey Neistat? So this person is a blogger. So he basically shoots common everyday videos of what he does throughout the day, and he just puts it up, consolidates it into a 7 to 10 minute video and uploads it on YouTube. He's so famous that he gets almost up to 1 million to 2 million views on each of his videos, and that he makes millions of dollars on his videos. It's very interesting that last year when I was going through one of his videos, he came out with a video, and at the end of the video he said that he's going to stop vlogging. There is not going to be any more vlogs on YouTube anymore. And the reason which he gave was very resonating with what I was going through as well. So he said that he had come to a point where everything started becoming very easy and simple. There was no challenge left anymore. So the stuff that he was doing, which was difficult initially when he started out, it was not so difficult anymore. It was a piece of cake what he was doing. And he said that in order for him to grow as a professional, as a human being, it was very important at that stage. He had to stop what he was doing and do something else, something better, something bigger. I think when I saw that video, I had that aha moment, right? So I was like, oh, now I know why I want to do an MBA. So that was kind of an epiphany that I had as well, and I was able to justify why I wanted to do an MBA as well. I was not able to put it into words when people ask me why you're doing an MBA when you have such a great career going on. But that video sort of gave me a reason why, and justify to people why I was planning to do an MBA. Right. So when I decided to do an MBA, the first step is always GMAT, right? That's the toughest part. So I started out, I thought, you know what, I don't need anyone. I'm brainy enough to just crack GMAT myself. Went horribly wrong. I got a 620 in my first attempt. This was in July 2015. And the quant part was good. I got a 49 or 50, I don't remember. The total is 51, right? So I got a 49, I think, or 50, I don't know. But verbal was really bad. And I thought, before clicking the final submit button, I thought, oh my god, this has been phenomenal. I'm gonna ace it, I'm gonna get 720, and I submit and I see the 600 score. So the problem was, see, math I knew where I'd gone wrong. The problem with verbal was that I had no clue where I'd gone wrong. Right? So, and that's a problem. When you know where you're going wrong, you can at least work on that. But I had no idea where I was getting it wrong in verbal. That's when I decided to approach crack verbal, and I started in September of 2015, and I retook the GMAT in December. Later that year in 2015, I got a 710, not too bad. And I decided to stick to the score and apply to the B school of my choice. And now again, I got into Wharton. The basic question would be why Canada, right? And if you are planning to apply to any of the schools in Canada, is Trump the reason? Yeah, mine neither. So there were 3 reasons why I chose Canada, and specifically Wharton, right? The first reason being I am married, and my wife has this flourishing career going on with her psychology stuff that she does, and she works with children with learning disabilities, and it would be really unfair for me to ask her to quit what she's doing and just tag along with me, and for all you know, just end up being a housewife wherever I go. That's not fair, right? So I started looking into countries where spouses who come on a dependent visa can work as well, and Canada just fit the bill. With Canada, it goes like this. Even if you go there on a dependent visa, you're allowed to work full time, right? So that was a big advantage. And another thing is that when I had the interview, I happened to mention this, and the interviewer at Wharton told me that the career services at Wharton, they also help out spouses with their career and helping them find a job, and that was just icing on the cake. So that was the main reason, the most important reason. The second was Canada itself, right? And I have my close cousins living in Canada, and whenever they come to India, they have two little children. The way the children interact with the elders and just the way they talk to each other or their parents, or even my grandmother who doesn't speak English, and the kids don't speak Kannada, which is my mother tongue, and just the way that they still show respect, that spoke a lot about the kind of culture that is being inculcated to them back in Canada. And my wife and I thought that if at all we are going to settle down somewhere abroad, it's going to be in a place like Canada, which is going to inculcate this kind of a culture and behavior into small children. And I've also heard from a lot of people that Canadians are known to be very friendly, and the place is just beautiful, and that's basically the kind of place that we would want to settle down. So that was reason number 2. And reason number 3 is, again, Wharton. My post-MBA goal being, getting into technology consulting and things like that. So Wharton does well with consulting and finance. So if it was Canada, it was going to be Wharton or nothing for me. So that's the reason why I chose Canada, and especially Wharton. And I've enrolled and I'll be joining this August. And but there are 3 key takeaways that I want to share with you guys, which probably won't consider. Because why Canada part is probably very specific to me and does not apply to most of you, but if you were able to take any key takeaways from that, great, fantastic. But the other 3 things that I want to share with you is that whenever I've been interacting with Arun, he's always told me that there are things that you don't know that you don't know. So whenever he has worked with a lot of students and helped them get into MBA programs and things like that, right? So whenever students, he asks students, why do you want to get into this university, why MBA? They say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the 5 reasons why I want to do an MBA. But what Arun tells me is that they go in thinking that these are the 5 reasons why they want to do an MBA, these are the 5 things that they don't know. But they go in and they find out that there are 50 other reasons, 50 other things that they don't know. So the key here is to understand this and identify these very early. This also applies to your application process. So when I started out, there were a lot of things that I thought was very trivial that I'd done. For example, just helping out in the nearby slum. We used to, myself as a kid, used to play with these kids in the nearby slum area in Mysore. And now that we've all grown up, they have kids of their own. We go back, and me and my friends, and we give them balls and bats and teach them how to play, and they are basically our friends' kids who are from the slum as well. It was very trivial for me, but when I told this to Arun, he said that, this is not a small thing, it's a big deal. So it's very important to understand yourself, know yourself better, and know what you don't know about yourself, especially when it comes to the application process and forming the essays and the stories and stuff like that. The second thing is that when you are preparing for the essays, it's a lot of hard work, right? And there are very few reusable components, if I can put it that way, that you can use across all essays. Each essay has to be tailor-made for that particular question and for that particular school. And typically you would have to prepare for about 2 or 3 essays per school, and assuming you apply to 5 schools, do the math, right? That's how many essays that you have to write. And this again is a full-time job in itself. So during the months of say August of last year to maybe Jan this year, I had 2 full-time jobs, one with Schneider and one with the whole application process, because it takes up a lot of your time and it is required. So you need to ensure that time management, you've gotten that covered, right? And the third thing is that in your essays and in your interviews, make sure that you're not referring to a lot of stuff from your resume, right? Use this opportunity when you're writing an essay to show the personal side of you that is not mentioned in the resume. the resume is there for a reason, and essays are separate from the resume for a reason, right? So I'll give you an example. During, in the interviews as well, make it as conversational as possible. It's not a Q&A rapid fire round, right, where they ask questions, you answer to the point. It's not like that. It's more for conversation. They're trying to get to know you better as a person. You just assume that you're talking to a friend or relative and discussing about what you're doing and who you are as a person, and approach it that way. To give you an example, when I had my interview with Wharton, I was in Sao Paulo at the time when I had the interview, and the interviewer also mentioned that she spent quite a lot of time in Sao Paulo. So the next 10 minutes, I kid you not, next 10 minutes we started discussing about the nightlife in Sao Paulo, all the bars and pubs that I had been to and all the bars and pubs that she had been to, and comparing the list that we had. So that's the kind of tone that needs to be set during interviews. Take it very easy. You need to be very calm and relaxed, and talk to the interviewer like you're talking to a friend, or maybe Arun, because you would have grown so accustomed to him by then. So that is point number 3 that I wanted to share with you. And point number 4, of course, Crackable, they've helped me a lot, Arun specifically. I had no idea before starting. This time last year, I was one among you guys. So if you see the poster for this event, you can actually see me sitting in one of the rows and trying to concentrate hard on what Arun is saying. So Crackable has been really helpful to give me that ideal push that is required. It is not that he is creating stories for me, right? So it's all the stuff that I've already done and already been through. So he's just trying to help me put that down on paper and give you the right amount of push to get the best story out of you that you've already done, by the way. But yes, I've not been endorsed to say this. He's not paying me to say this, but on the other hand, I have paid him for his services. So it's a genuine tip that I wanted to give you. Yeah, that's my 2 cents on what I want to share. Thanks.
I think great points. In fact, many of them are thinking that I hope my interviewer comes from Marathali, because I know bars and pubs in Marathali. But jokes apart, the thing is that both whenever we have worked both Mansha and Abhinandan, just some examples, right? The first essay that you send, usually they go through a post-trauma stress syndrome, because it looks like a Rangoli paper. Right? So whatever you think is your best idea, the whole idea is to kind of take that out. But it's a very tough process, and it's not about English, right? You have to understand, this is not about, this is crackable, right? If you want, English is just the last bit. In fact, we have the final cut, which is the last, maybe 2 days before the deadline, we actually do the English. Till that point, it's all about story and structure. So it's a pretty intense 2 or 3 months. When he's saying that it's a full-time job along with your other job, it really is that way, right? So any questions? Yeah.
What after MBA?
What after MBA?
Right, so right now I'm looking at technology consulting. That's what I do as of now. I think it was Rakshit, right, who mentioned, as of now, you need to have that clarity. So if you ask me 1 year later, maybe it would have changed. But right now, that's what I want to do.
So we also got a question online, which is, how do you plan to finance your MBA as the fee is usually higher?
A good question. I try to work with Prodigy as well. I see some folks over there. Yeah, that's one of the options that you have. They fund up to being the keyword, 80% of your cost of attendance, which is living plus the tuition fee. And you have specific to Canada. If the question was specific to Canada, you have some banks, Bank of Montreal and the Royal Bank of Canada in Canada, who give you loans for a very minimal interest rate, that is of 2%, 2 to 2.5%. How that is done is they have 3 ways by which you can get this loan from them. One is to have a co-signer from Canada who's a permanent resident or a citizen to be a co-signer, or the second option is to have an equivalent 1:1 cash collateral, which I feel doesn't make sense. If you have that much of money, you might as well as pay that to the university and get a loan, right? The third option is something called as a standby letter of credit, which is very weird. This is something that is given usually to businesses for import, export, and things like that. But the Canadian banks, they want a standby letter of credit from the Indian bank saying that this student, he will pay you back the loan. If not, we will pay you the loan. If he defaults, we will cover all the damages. So that's a tricky one. The hard part has been so far to educate the people in the bank and convince them that something like that exists, and also to convince them to give them out for educational loans apart from import, export, and things like that. And of course, you have you have the regular education loan from Indian banks and also HDFC Credila. That the only advantage is that they fund 100%, but the rate of interest is a little too high. So to give you a confirmed answer to the person online, I don't have an answer yet because I'm still trying to figure it out and I'm in that phase right now. Maybe a month or two later, I'll be able to give you a confirmed answer, but these are the options that I'm trying to leverage.
So maybe you should write it on the blog and we can read it. Yeah.
I just wanted to know how well you research about the job market here in Canada before applying for.
How much did you research on the job market before you applied?
Right. So I spoke to a few alums from Wharton as well as Shoreditch, which is in Toronto as well, it's a competitive school. From what I've seen and from who all I've spoken to, they've all managed to get good jobs, and I've only spoken to Indian candidates. But they also tell me that Wharton, for example, has the class size is 300, 320. There's always a bottom 10%, about 20 to 30 people who will not get a job even after 6 months or whatever that period is after graduating. But he says that there's always this bottom 10%, which is always there. But yeah, that's. If you are confident that you belong to the 90%, then you should have no problems at all.
Right. So thanks a lot. I think Abhinandan did. So anyways, the speakers are going to be here. Let's take a 10-minute coffee break, right? So I think the coffees and the snacks are here. So roughly about 10-15 minutes, and then we will be back. So I got two panel discussions after this. One of them would be on how to fund your MBA. How many of you have that as a problem? How to fund your MBA? All of you have at least 1 crore in the bank, right? You don't? So we'll be looking at how. And another important thing over there is what is the ROI of an MBA, right? Like, when will I eventually see the pot of gold? And the second thing, we're going to have a very interesting panel discussion with some folks from ISB. We have a student and we have 3 of our faculty members. You might probably be knowing them. Shrikant is there. We have Sannadi and we have Satish. So we're going to have a very interesting panel discussion where we're going to ask questions to people who today are in the admission committee, but we've got a different set of questions for them. So we're going to have that in the panel discussion. So let's take a 10-minute break and then come back and let's resume. So the next session that we have is a slightly different one, and in this session what we're going to be doing is we have a set of questions for, how many of you are looking at doing an MBA from ISB? Okay, great. So you got quite a few people wanting to do an MBA from ISB. So that's good news for you. I have a question on mobile. So I would like to invite people for this panel. Nice, fancy looking royal chairs for you. So the first one I would like to call a Crackpole student, Tejasvi Lanka. Tejasvi is over here. Alright, so meanwhile you can ask the lady first, Sanadhi Jala. So Sanadhi happens to, she's one of our faculty, so you might have seen her, sentence correction, reading comprehension. She's also part of the MBA application mentors. So she's worked with a lot of clients this year. So Sanadhi, please. And then we have Shrikant. So many of you might have attended Shrikant's class. So Shrikant is also from ISB, and he currently works. So Sanadhi works for LinkedIn. Shrikant works for Amazon. So he has a server outage right now. So he has to rush back to office. So we have his time just to come over. And then we have Satish. So Satish is again from the same batch at ISB, and he's also a faculty. He teaches CR and also RC, and he's also taught SE once. So kind of done all three. So pretty much we are this way. So I'll need to have. So today, just to kind of keep the panel discussion slightly, I have a list of questions that I had probably posted so that we could start with that. Any words of wisdom that you want to give before I get started? So Sanadhi, that is code for saying that why don't you buy me some time?
Hi guys, all I can really say at this point is that all of us had been students who did the same thing, who came to various events just to understand why MBA is the best option at that point. So make sure that you leave this place at least having a better idea of why you're here, what you want from this session. So feel free to ask questions to these two guys.
Alright, so let's get started. So here is a slightly different take. If you have to give people, since all of you have done an MBA, what is one reason someone should not do an MBA? Okay. Speak into the mic.
Okay, if the one reason you should not do an MBA is if the only reason you want to do an MBA is to get a better pay. And I know from the smiles on the faces here that a lot of people want to do an MBA only because of the salary that they expect after an MBA. If that's the only reason, then you should not do an MBA.
I think you should not be looking to an MBA if you think that life will be easier after this. Right? You should have the right expectations set. With great salary comes great responsibilities. Right? So if you're expecting a hike in what you are doing right now and what you expect after post MBA, please also expect us to be a similar quantum in your work responsibilities and pressures. I'm feeling it right now. So I'm going back to office after this. So yeah, just a word of caution. Yes, it's a roller coaster ride. It's an amazing journey, and I think all three of us would really do it all over again if we get an opportunity. So it's totally worth it. But please have the right expectations of what you're getting in, because it's expensive. So there's no going out after this.
Yeah, pretty much the most important points have pretty much already been covered. But apart from this, kind of the most important thing is don't do it because of herd mentality. It's easy to just do an MBA because it's fancy and people want to do an MBA, everyone in the world is doing it. So find out why you want to do an MBA, figure out the reasons why you want to do it, how it's going to fit into your long scheme of things, what your career plans are, how it's going to fit into the whole thing, then do it. I think that pretty much sums it up. Yeah, I did have a fair idea of what my career plans is going to be. Adding to Shrikant's point, and the additional point is that don't think that you're going to be doing something starkly different where you're going to be suiting up every day to work and do rockshot deals, the things that they show in Hollywood movies. No, that's not going to happen. Maybe you do get to close those deals once in a while, but it's not business as usual any which ways.
So I think there is a misperception about MBA, right? Like you put a bozo on one end, there is a conveyor belt, there is a black box, and out comes this Armani suited management jargon spewing consultant, right? So what does an MBA really do? What are the misperceptions that you think people have? So people sitting here, they have a very different perception about what an MBA can do, right? Not to say that anyone is a bozo, but really, you put bozo on one side, bozo on the other side, right? But this bozo now is 35 lakhs loan on its side. So what are the things that people should really expect from a MBA?
What's a bozo? I don't know.
So this is how the verbal faculty thing comes. So bozo is someone who, so let's say a person doesn't have a natural flair for doing things and he's struggling in his job and he's not competent on many levels, right? So this incompetence after an MBA probably gets magnified, correct?
Sounds like a prison, right?
That's the season.
It's not like an appraisal, there are incompetencies at many levels.
So, but that's one thing that a lot of people are. What is the biggest misperception that you think people have about an MBA?
I think the biggest misperception that people will have about an MBA program is that, as he said, it's not a black box that you're an uncut diamond or whatever. Nice. And then you enter a black box and suddenly you magically transform and become this very sophisticated person who knows to solve all probable business problems. That's not going to happen, right? And also there's this perception that what some people are already talking about, that MBA is all about living the life suited, booted, and high flying and doing all those fancy stuff you see in movies. Not really. A lot of your time will be spent in front of a laptop looking at Excel sheets only, right? It's not really going to change. The work will not really change, yes. It's just that your accountability changes. And previous to this, there was somebody telling you what to do. Now it will be like you are telling yourself what to do and also telling someone what to do. And then suddenly you realize you are the guy who's accountable for everything. And there is no going back. Like, before you have done an MBA, you're always like, what, life is going to be better. Like, sab theek ho jayega, right? And now when you put yourself in this position, you're like, okay, what is plan B now? Because you have already reached potentially the zenith of what your career aspirations are, and now you have no clue that okay, this is harder than what I thought it's going to be. But I guess that is the misperception you should not have in your minds, that life is going to be easier. But if you enjoy challenges, if you like enjoying working in an environment, in a high impact environment, right? The kind of work you do, it will have a lot more visibility, right? Previously working in a team, your work was only known to your team members or at max your boss or his boss's boss. Now the impact will be far more spread, you will be influencing a lot more people. If that excites you, if that interests you, I think do not fear too much about what's coming ahead of you.
I think one of the misconceptions about MBA is that you go to school, they will teach you, and you will come out being awesome. MBA is as good as what you take away from it. So there have been people who have not changed at all before and after an MBA, and there are some people who just undergo some major transformation. So it really is about what you gain from it, how involved you are, how much you speak to your peers when you are doing that MBA, and not just lock yourself in a room and study like engineering students do at the last moment. So I think the root shock that I got was that MBA studies was so much different from the rest of the education I had done, and I realized that my studies was not happening best in front of a laptop or reading case studies. It was happening more when I was interacting with people from different walks of life and getting to know where they're from, how do they think, I think that's the transformation that you're looking at. So it's not something that will happen to you, it's something that you have to get for yourself.
Yeah, about the misconceptions, apart from what these guys have already spoken about, there are two things. One, you pretty much feel that when you crack into a B school, you can do everything on yourself, by yourself. You know everything. But the whole point is that you're going to be challenging yourself every day. There are going to be people who are equally competent or more. There's a lot of learning that happens beyond just the classroom, and you do need the help of other people. Every one of us, and I would speak for every other B school student as well, that there is a portion of the B school curriculum or the B school overall extracurriculars, including everything put together, where you need someone else's help as well. So if I'm a marketing professional, I would probably suck at finance, and I will have to still learn finance. I will take their help. Having said that, the other misperception that I want to clarify is that it's all about studies. No. Yes, you do have to cram a lot, you do have to learn a lot in a short span of time, especially in a one-year program like ISB. But the whole point is that there's a lot of other things associated with the B school experience which transforms you as a person. It may be extracurriculars, it may be elections, it may be portions of responsibility, so on and so forth. And there's a lot of learning in what other people have done. So in a case study, there's a lot of learning in not just what the professor says, but someone who had we had people who had worked on Zuzu campaigns and LinkedIn IPO and all of that. So sorry, Facebook IPO and all of that. So there's a lot of value add from their inputs as well.
I think just
MBA still suck at tech.
Yeah, they do.
I rest my case.
I think I just remembered one very important point. Right? The biggest misconception that you should not about an MBA is just because you got admission into a good B school doesn't mean you have made it in life. Right? The journey just starts from there. You might be thinking you're a rock star, but as soon as you entered, those portals, and you saw people and you see people around you, you certainly realize that okay, I'm not so good. Like there are people here who are far better, and how did I make it here, right? And you realize that out of those 550 people in Hyderabad and 250 people in Mohali, you realize all of them bring something unique to the table, right? You are good, but there are a lot of people who are as good or even better than you, right? That's the first thing that hits you. So if you were a rockstar in your house, in your family, in your office before this, and nobody cares, it's going to be a different ball game altogether, right? There are people here who have the potential of doing very well in life, and yet, as you mentioned, right, there are people who you meet who have actually done things before MBA. Like all of us, like I'm not sure about this, about me at least. When I was aspiring to an MBA, I always thought कि अभी देखा जाएगा MBA का कुछ अच्छा उखाड़ूंगा. That's what I always thought. And when I entered an MBA, I realized oh my God, how many people there have already done something in their lives, right? So they've already done something, they already achieved something, and then they came here, which means I'm already at a drawback, right? So this is the biggest misconception I want to remove, that it's just because you got into an MBA program, do not expect things are going to be better for you. You need to work really hard. And it's not about working hard; it's about working smart, right? And this is not a jargon, right? It's very simple. Like for example, if there is a finance topic being taught, please make friends with the finance guy. He's going to help you out. He's going to do all your assignments, right? That is jugaad. That is smartness you learn. That is how you understand, how you have to develop yourself and be at par with the rest, because they are as good as you are. So that's one thing you must imbibe in yourself. Do not relax just because you have made it.
I think Shrikant speaks for all of us that it was our confidence really took a hit the minute we saw the others at ISB. All of us thought all of us were better, all of the others were better than us. But that shouldn't intimidate you because you are the average of all the people that you interact with. So if you're a rock star with the people you interact with today, then it's really good that you get into a school where people are better than you, because then you are up-leveling yourself. You are going to that level where you think the others are. So if you get selected at a school like that, it's of course because there is something about you that's awesome. But there are other things that you're not great at, which you can improve upon by being there. So don't let that's very true what he said, but don't let that intimidate you.
Fair enough, good points. Now, coming to the application story part of things. So, what has been one of those craziest application stories that you have heard? Like maybe a person came to you, something about the story, something about the essay, without revealing the names, anything that you would like to share?
Yeah, can I go first? This is fairly recent. There was a student who wanted to speak about how unique she is. And so when I asked her what would you say for this kind of an essay, she said, I value relationships, I value people greatly. And I said, wow, that's great. I mean, at an MBA school, that's what we need. We need people who value relationships. You should be able to interact very well with your peers, etc. So can you give me an example of that? And she said the example of that is that when it's my friend's birthday, I don't send them a WhatsApp message, I call them up. Students, if you haven't realized it yet, please do not write this down in your applications, because while that's a very caring gesture and I'd love it if my friends from ISB call me up instead of sending me a WhatsApp message, that's not a great story. But yeah, people are writing this kind of stuff. All of us were, reviewing essays when we were at ISB, and we saw people actually write this kind of stuff. One lady had written that she's awesome because her dad has a lot of money, and so she deserves to be at ISB. And I was like, legit. So don't write that kind of stuff.
Different perspective.
Okay, I'm thinking what stories I should say because I have experiences across doing counseling here, and I've also had the privilege of being a part of the ISB admission committee itself. So I've done some interviews for ISB, and where I get to meet some really, really interesting people. And for me, it's an eye opener. Like, how do you exist? But
just to pitch in, most of these guys become his Facebook wall story the next day. Yeah.
It's okay. If you guys want to follow me, that's okay. It's my alternate career, but let's talk about that later on. Okay. So, what was the question? Most interesting profile that you have?
The most weird, craziest application story.
Okay. So this guy at least made it to the interview round. What happened after that? Please, let's not discuss that. But we'll simply stick to his profile, right? Now, this guy seemed like a superstar, right? When I started reading his profile, so this guy was a lawyer in the Madras High Court, right? And he also was a chartered accountant, and he also had done CFA level 3. And now he wanted to do an MBA because and I was going through his profile. So just before, some advice for you guys, right? So just before you have an interview at ISB, the panel is given your application forms where they go through your profile, your resume, your essays, right? And what your recommendations have come through. They get 10 minutes to study it, and after that they call you in and they start writing you, right? So that is the process. So I was reading the profile and I realized that, oh my god, this guy is already better than me. He has already done everything possible in his life, like every degree he has, and now he wants to become an MBA, right? So I was already like super impressed. Yeah, this is like I'm already sold on it, right? So and then I go outside and usually, when you are in the interview panel, you need to have some what's the right word for it? Hindi में उसे दर्शन कहते हैं. You have to show it, right? Because you have to attitude. Thank you, attitude.
By the way, I am vocal faculty and I take classes in Korean.
I used to. Okay. Anyways, so yeah, obviously, but with this guy's profile, I was already so in love with him that done hai yaar, tumko to lena hi hai. So then I go and I'm like, hi, come in. Like I'm totally smitten by him. Like, kya profile hai? And he was also senior to me, right? In terms of work ex, I did the mental match ki haan, ye to mujhse bada hai, right? I need to do some respect to him, right? Bada aadmi hai ye to. And then I call him and he's like, hi, hello, and like proper, like, swag. That's the word. Swag. What? I know attitude. Come on, swag. he starts talking to me, and the other two panelists are also there. The other two panelists are much more senior to me, like they're 2005, 2006 batchmates from ISB. I was 2014, right? I was like a kid in front of them. So I didn't want to speak a lot, and I said, sir, आप लोग interview ले लो, मैं हाँ करता रहूँगा. Like, what क्या करूँगा? I have no idea about legal stuff. I have no idea about finance stuff. मैं क्या पूछूँगा इसको? Like, what is a hobby? I can't answer it. Right? So let them ask all the whatever questions they wanted to ask. So this guy comes in, right, and I've already made up my mind. He तो sorry, right? And these guys all ask fundu questions about about the legal systems in India, legal loopholes, why are they so this shortfall of judges, and some particular case that he had done, and obviously his fantastic answers. I'm like, कितना क्यों बात कर रहे हो? खत्म कर दे ना, हो गया इसका. We are done. Then they move on to CFA. Then we talk about that also, and again he gives super answers. He was also a consultant with the Bombay Stock Exchange, so he had also worked there, right? And I'm like, okay, fine. Like he's just adding on to his value here. And then finally they turn to me like, this is class CPO, whether the other two are done asking questions, they look at me like, Shrikant, do you have any questions? I'm like, okay. And I'm desperate trying to ask a question to this guy, right? And I look at his profile, this is such an awesome profile. So I told him, I see a worry, and I'm very apologetic here. Like I really didn't want to ask him any questions. But you have to ask questions because, it's right. So then I asked him, you know what, I see a 1 year gap in your education. What happened? Like, were you sick? I assumed he was sick because he's so acha. How could he not do anything academically wrong? Like, kya ho gaya? And this guy is like, oh, that. Oh, well, you know what? I didn't mention one small thing in my profile because, I didn't have space. Like, okay, you don't have space. Please enlighten me. And then he's like, after class 12, like every, average Indian middle class kid, I decided to do an MBA. I decided to do engineering. This put me off. यार ऐसे मत बोलो, like मैं भी engineer हूँ, इतना खराब नहीं है engineering, right? So I'm like, okay, but you know what? 2 months into the educational system, I realized that India is not the place to get an education. So I went abroad, and I just did my undergrad from the US. Again, so अब मुझे गुस्सा आ गया. I'm like, wait, what? How does, like, I don't understand. Fine, you thought engineering is not the right cup of tea for you, that's okay. But you abandoned engineering because everybody does it or because you genuinely didn't like it? Give me the right answer here, right? And this time the guy is like, no, I mean, you know what, all of my friends were doing engineering, so I also went into engineering. But yeah, 2 months, I was like, nah, it's not worth it, everybody's doing it. I need to do something different in my life. So I took that challenge, I took a gamble. Nobody did that at that point of time. And that's why, and my father was very supportive and he helped me, get my education abroad, and that's what I did. So I was like, you do realize, so basically if I understand, your mentality here is that you think engineering is not such a cool field to be in, right? Not really, but there's nothing great about it. Right? And, arey yaar, ऐसे मत बोले, like that. So, but still I love him. I still want to forgive him, कि यार छोड़ दे इसको. So like, I'm like, oh, you know what, this is going negative, let's not talk about this anymore. Because I really want to protect him, I love that guy. So फिर मैंने बोला, that's okay, I think you're being honest here, and honesty is always nice. But half the batch in ISB will be engineers, right? So I hope you will be able to, mix along with them, because it's important, because if you should not show disrespect to your fellow students if half of them belong to the profession you think is not cool. And to again, which he said that, you know what, I cannot hold back my opinions just because it's going to hurt people. I said, fair enough. But he said, I also at the same time, I need to understand, half the people that I'm going to meet here are going to be engineers. Did they really want to be engineers, or did they have an opportunity to do something else? Right? And I said, now you are getting into the Indian educational system, right, of what we should be doing and what we should not be doing. And sometimes it's not about choice, but it's also about pure availability. Right? This is the most easily, commonly available option for us to get a job after college. What is wrong in engineering? And by the way, India right now has a day in the market because of our IT engineers. There's nothing wrong in it. Why are you suddenly portraying there was something negative, that it's not cool to be an engineer? Like, I am not understanding this. To which he had no comeback, right? And then ultimately this went into, when you are able to find one loophole in a person, you are able to see 10 more. Right? And then suddenly all the rosy pictures you formed about that person start disappearing. And then हर जगह कांटा दिखता है, ठीक है? And then obviously the interview went into a very different discussion, and it ended like this, right? Like I wanted to give him one last chance, right? Because I already made up my mind, no. This guy, no. Because you know what, you might be an exceptional person, but this is a place ISB values people who understand teamwork. And if you cannot value people for what their past is, you're not going to fit in there, right? You're going to be a toxic presence. You're going to spread a toxic presence. It's as simple as that. So I already made up my mind, but I just thought, you know what, let's give one last chance to him. And I asked him that, okay, cool. Like I've read all your cool stuff. It seems you're an amazing candidate. Really love it. Something that you haven't written here, but you want to talk about it because you're not kind of proud of it. I just wanted to hear if he has one big, push in his profile that's going to compensate for all whatever the cons I had observed till now. Sorry. Very sorry. And to this he says, I once sued the RBI. And I'm like, wait, what? And he said, I was once in Bombay and I was taking pictures of the RBI building, and then the security guard comes in and tells me, sir, you cannot take pictures of the RBI building. And no, I can. This is a violation of my freedom of something, expression, right? Something. So I'm like, okay, cool. How is that a good thing for you? Like, why did you sue the RBI? So then he's like, you cannot just stop me like this. But anyway, because he was already a lawyer in the High Court of Madras High Court. Madras or Chennai?
Chennai. No.
Chennai High Court. Okay. Touchy topic. So I was like, okay, Chennai High Court, this guy is a lawyer. He said, I'm a lawyer in the Chennai High Court, that's why I had the connections to fast track my case. So I was able to get it solved. So I said, oh, cool, so did you win? No, I lost. I said, wait a minute, so you just wasted the Supreme Court's he went to the Supreme Court for this. Like, you just wasted the Supreme Court's time here to understand whether you should be allowed to take pictures of RBI. Like, 1 second, you don't have work. 2, there's so many unsolved cases in the Supreme Courts and they have to fast track your case. This is pathetic, right? And then obviously, once you go into that direction, the other 2 panelists are like, bro, ko saath dena. Bottom line, you can assume what happened. But the thing I wanted to call out here was, he asked me to talk about a weird profile. I think this guy had an exceptional profile, right? I still think that there's an exceptional asset to whichever place he goes to. But in the end, he could not make it, not because there was anything wrong in his IQ, but I think his EQ was not what we expected it to be. And that is something I want to, make you guys appreciate. That do not feel that just because I don't have an exceptional profile, I will not make it to my school of dreams. It's also about the person you are, the personality you exhibit, and what kind of, I don't want to ask that, what kind of, basically what do people think about you?
Right? You can use the Indian equivalent also.
Okay, like, I forgot that also. But you understand, right? And basically this guy didn't get through. And trust me, there were people who had very standard profiles. I'm not saying below average, very standard profiles, but who just stood out with the way, they communicated and they spoke to us. And when you put them into certain scenarios and we asked them, how would you react? Their answers were so nice that you were like, yes. You know what, this guy hasn't got really a lot of opportunities till now. Because of the circumstances, he has been educated and he has worked till, he has the potential. Let's get him in, let's give him a chance, I'm sure he'll do very well. So it's not about having an exceptional profile or a weird profile that will take you through. Yes, it will take you to the interview stage. But you have to realize the interview is the biggest component of your assessment whether you make it to a B school or not. So don't screw that part up, right? And that is, I always remember that guy, right? So when I'm talking to someone again, for me that is the benchmark guy. That please don't be, as like this guy, because all your good work is undone simply by 5 minutes of brash arrogance. That's what took him down, right? Yeah.
So be careful about what you say, and pick the words rightly in your case.
I think it's not about picking it's about just having some modesty, right? Doesn't matter that you were an exceptional person. Appreciate the person in front of you could be as good as you are, or even if he is not, doesn't mean that you show off in front of him. Just don't do that. That's pretty much it.
Great example. Satish, anything from your side?
Yeah, I'll just make it very quick. Because, you can follow Shrikant Singh's Facebook profile for the rest of the crazy stories that he's done. But it's because of the student syndrome. Student syndrome, have you guys heard of it? Postponing things to the last moment, because all of us have done that at one point in time. And desperation to actually get in. That makes us do a lot of silly things that we wouldn't otherwise do. Eating sushi does not count as cross-cultural or intercultural exposure. So is having a couple of beers with a foreign friend. Maybe that counts if you twist the story right. If you twist the story right, then yeah, that counts. But yeah, eating sushi, definitely no. Getting caught by the police for dancing in the Mount Road after getting drunk does not count as an experience where you would want to talk about. These are all stuff which was written by applicants, and thank God it came to us before that. But the thing is that all this, in their right senses, no one would do this. No one would come up with stories like this. Same goes for interviews as well. If you're in your right frame of mind, if you're not perplexed or if you're not desperate to write random crap, if I may say that, you're pretty much sorted. Don't just put some common sense to it. I know it's not that common, but otherwise you're pretty much sorted. Again, for more stories, refer Shrikant Singh's profile. No, I'm not his PR agent.
So, yeah.
I just want to mention
Sure.
that Shrikant is from the same IIT that Kejriwal studied. I was just giving information, I didn't mean it as a joke.
Okay, if there's Kejriwal from my college, there's also Sundar Pichai. I also used to say Arun Kumar, I'm not saying that anymore.
So I think just one story I wanted to share was about a girl who wanted to write about, so her extracurriculars was writing poetry, right? So I asked, great, so you have it somewhere on the net? She said, no, it's in a diary that I keep in my house. So I said, how is the admission committee ever going to know that you write all these thoughts? She said, well, that is because my recommendation is going to come from my mother. And she is going to talk. So I'm not kidding, this is actual stories that we encounter. So never ask your mother to write a recommendation letter, right? But, yeah. So last question I had was, a lot of people sitting over here are thinking about whether they should do an MBA in India from an ISB or go outside. So let's have a hypothetical situation. Let us say a student over here is thinking Harvard or ISB. Okay? What would be your take and why?
Obviously Harvard, right? I mean, it's Harvard. What's wrong? Like, it's a very unfair comparison in my mind.
I don't agree. One, because your question was why should he come to ISB and not Harvard?
Let's assume.
That's the question, right?
Yeah.
Of course, because they don't play Honey Singh at Harvard. And you can't get through your MBA without Honey Singh. But jokes apart, I think the simple answer to this question is ROI. You will spend much more money going to Harvard or any B school abroad versus the amount of money you spend being at ISB, and you will get the similar kind of faculty because I think all of us got taught by professors from Kellogg, Wharton, and we are still in touch with them. They're still on my LinkedIn profile if you want to check. But I think ROI is a simple answer to that question.
It's a better ROI in India.
Yeah, I mean, I could have got into Harvard, but I went to ISB.
Take on your thoughts.
You said no stand-up comedy, but what is this? No, okay, I'll be very brutally honest here. Okay, I respect her opinions and views on this. But given a choice, tomorrow if somebody asks me, beta, you have a choice, Harvard or ISB, I'll go to Harvard. There's nothing wrong in this, but I should be going there for the right intentions. Not going there because I want a stamp on my back saying I'm a Harvard graduate. Again, as I said, just because you made it to a place doesn't mean that you're going to do well in your life. Harvard has 950 students. You think all of them are doing well in their lives? Some of them take time to reach there, right? So you should be very clear that the place you choose, whether it's ISB, Harvard, MIT, or whatever dream B school is, why are you going there, right? ROI is absolutely one very important factor, right? It depends on how rich your dad is. It is a big factor because I'm assuming most of us pre-MBA don't have that much money to fund your Harvard education, or even ISB for that matter. It's not a small amount of money, right? So, having said that, there are people who are met who have very, very strong ambitions, professional ambitions of settling in the US, settling in Europe, or wanting to work in very, very specific niche fields which do not have an ability to grow in India right now. For them, yes, it actually makes sense to gun for Harvard. For people like me, yes, I'm not as smart. I could have never made it to Harvard. Koshish bhi nahi kiya, I've never even opened the website. Like, don't even try, right? I'm very happy. I used to see IIMs when I was in undergrad. कि हाँ शायद एक दिन scene बनेगा. नहीं हुआ, कोई बात नहीं. Then I started looking at ISB because I found a friend of mine who went in. So like, इसका हो गया तो मेरा भी scene. This is basic Indian herd mentality. इसका हो गया मेरा भी scene है. मेरे केस उसका हार्वर्ड में नहीं हुआ. तो मैं कभी हार्वर्ड का वेबसाइट खोल के देखा भी नहीं. ठीक है. But again, my mentality was very simple. You know that yes, ROI was a factor, right? Middle class family नहीं है पैसे उतने. And secondly, it was also that having before my MBA, I had spent some time abroad working, and to me, the dollar was not the biggest fascination. It was not. I spent 1 year away from my family and my friends. It was really hard for me working there, right? And personally for me, that was never an attachment. That you know what, I want to work here permanently and earn in dollars and drive a nice car, right? That was never who I was. For me, it was always about being close to my friends, being close to my family, visiting them whenever I want to, and not having to make plans 6 months in advance. That's not who I am, right? And because I had that personal experience already, I was very clear, for me the MBA has to be India-based. Because the thing is this, if I did an MBA from, let's say, Harvard, like, गलती से भी वहाँ पर हो भी जाता, right? Then if I have to repay all the loans and all the money, you have to work in that area only. There's no way you can ever come back to India. At least for a very, very long time, you can't come back to India. So please decide, before you decide on the brand name, कि देखो Harvard चाहिए, ISB चाहिए, क्या चाहिए? पहले सोच लो, where do you see you going ultimately in life? What is really going to make you happy? Basis that, please take the decision. It's as simple as that. If you want to work abroad, I would still say, doesn't matter from ISB, I still say Harvard is a better option if you want to work abroad. There's no denying that. If you think you want to make a career in India, do something exciting in India, then there is obviously, the choice is very simple. It has to be ISB. It's as simple as that.
I mean, it was very candidly put. Like, I couldn't have phrased it myself, but two types of answering the same question. One, if there is a hypothetical case where I have to sell ISB over Harvard, I'd probably say a lot of more young people, single ones, you can settle if you're not already. If that's incentive enough. But jokes apart, I'm not going to sell that. It's a very personal decision. Which choice? I think you should start off with this. Once you figure out why you want to do your MBA, your long-term goals, the next step is going to be which B school is best equipped to enable me to make this transition. There are a lot of parameters. What is the ROI? How much time do I have to spend away from work? That will help you choose whether between a 1-year program and a 2-year program. Which geography do I want to settle down in? Which function do I want to specialize in? For a marketing or a consulting consulting profile that you want to get after B school, Harvard may not be the best possibility. You can choose some other. So a New York-based B school like Stern would probably suit a financial profile post B school. So there's a lot of reasons, and it's a very, very personal thing. Choice of settling abroad and within India. There are options to go outside India even from ISB. ISB, the selling point, if I have to put it, is the ROI. It's the Indianized version. It's pretty much, it's a global MBA for sure, but it's tailored a lot to the Indian context. You get the best of both the worlds. What you get at Harvard is pretty much the same thing over here. The founding schools are all the top-notch schools that you can think of. Sloan, all of the other, if you can just go to the website, there are 4 founding schools. All of them are the best. The mode of teaching is also the same. The case-based mode of teaching. The professors are the best. The community of students. Probably an expat crowd would be a slightly lesser percentage compared to other B schools abroad, but otherwise you have the best of both worlds and at a good price too.
Right. Just one last thing to add to this, right? Even if you, I'm really trying hard to sell ISB over Harvard here, right? So this is the fact, right? Let's say you have professional ambition, professional expectations or aspirations working abroad in a New York office, London office, Singapore office, yes, ISB will not get you there immediately, but it will get you there eventually, right? You join a McKinsey, you join a LinkedIn, you join a Facebook, you join an Amazon, whichever company you want to work. You realize these are all companies which have global centers all over the world, right? Yes, they've asked you to join the India team, but there's no one stopping you to work there for, let's say, 12 months, 18 months, and seek opportunities internally, right? I've seen her traveling. She's always, she's based out of Bangalore, but she keeps traveling a lot of times to Singapore, US, Australia. What does that signify? That is basically what people want from Harvard, right? That I do a lot of international tours where I get to meet international teams and understand what is it taking, to succeed there. You got it from ISB, right? So it's working for you, right? There are people in my company in Amazon who's joined the Amazon India team, worked there for a couple of years, then internally switched to move to Amazon Europe, Amazon US, or even Amazon Brazil, right? Wherever you want to go, you can always go. The best part about ISB is that it is opening a window for you to get entry into all these very, very elite companies where such options are always available for you. Yes, they may not be available for you immediately because you have been hired specifically for the India market, but nobody is stopping you from going there ultimately, not immediately, maybe 12, 18 months down the line. Look at it that way, and then obviously, put an ROI as a factor, and then ISB easily beats Harvard.
I also want to say that when we were studying at ISB, there were a couple of students who came for exchange from Wharton to ISB. So I don't want to say anything more about choosing ISB. I mean, it is as good as Wharton or it is as good as Kellogg. It's just that it's in India. That's it, and you'll see more Indians there.
You definitely could
There were people who came from across the globe for exchange to ISB. Globally, it's looked at in the top 20 for sure.
Yeah, and this whole thing, right, about the word, it's a word which is about multicultural people around you. What's the word for it? It's a very specific word. Diversity. Thank you. Diversity. Diversity is a great thing on day 1, on day 2, on day 3. उसके बाद हो गया. ठीक है, अब get back to the basics. पढ़ाई करो अच्छे से. Focus on your studies. Focus on your cases. Do well in all the competitions. That's the most important thing. Whether you go to ISB or you go to Harvard, please take part in all these competitions. That's the one that gets you mileage. That is the one that counts in your CV, not your CGPA. Nobody cares, right? It's about what have you done extracurricularly while you were in that B school. Whether it's ISB or Harvard, that's different matter altogether, right? And as I said, a lot of people have this huge notion, diversity चाहिए. ठीक है. ऐसा नहीं है कि the people here are not diverse enough. Like diverse there आगे nature से होता है. Right? Fact है यार, fact. ठीक है यार, तुम 10 of you are from accent, it doesn't mean all of you are the same people. Right? All of you are very different people. Yeah? Let's explore that maybe for the next 12 months when we are together in ISB and figure it out. That is the way I would look at it.
So there was a Tibetan monk, right, 4-5 years ago?
Yes.
So what happened? Why did you do an MBA? Is that always, kind of question?
See, I do not specifically.
So there was a Tibetan monk in ISB a few years ago, and I always wondered how he studied for the GMAT.
So
I will ask this thing. What is the thing you keep? Moji.
I guess I do not specifically know about that Tibetan monk, but there's a very similar person with whom I worked very closely in ISB, Janish. Right? So I still remember his day 1, and this guy is like, imagine a Tibetan monk is your colleague, right? That's a very cool experience, right? Diversity. Diversity. So there was another person who gave us a very similar experience, and we also asked him this question: कि कैसे यहाँ कैसे आ गए? Right? So I still remember the very first session we had with them. So on day 1, you're all supposed to, रात के 10 बजे you're supposed to meet in a common place, section wise. You have like 7-8 sections, 5 in Mohali. Right, and you all hang out there, and the seniors who were from that section, they will come and basically rag you. But it's not the engineering where you ragging. It's थोड़ी quality है. Swag. Engineering, you know what it is, right? I don't even have to say it here. Right. I've done that and experienced it both. No problems. Kharagpur, see. Now what happened was, this guy comes in, and all of us are like, तू dance कर, तू गाना गा, अरे ठीक है, जो बोलोगे करेंगे यार, खत्म करो ये सब, ठीक है. Then this guy, I mean, you're not half-pant t-shirt, रात के 11 बज रहे, how will you dress up? This guy comes, he's standing in the center. I can imagine a Tibetan monk with the same. Right? He's standing in the center and he's fully suited up. Like, suit नहीं था, but shirt, pant, जूते, that's more than enough. Like, इतना तो मैंने देखा ही नहीं था किसी को. B school में इतना कपड़ा पहना हुआ है. He's like रात 11 बजे he's standing there and वो खड़ा हो गया बीच में and then they ask him please introduce yourself. And this guy is like, my name is Colonel Janish Jacob and I spent around 20 years, 23 years in the Indian Army. I have served in Kargil. I have seen those guys, right? And I took a VR because I thought 23 years is a long time. Maybe I can do something else. Not necessarily that I will do it well, but there's no harm in always trying and finding out if I can succeed. If not, there's always plan B. Now, serious expert to drag him. How will you drag him? You can't tell him, sir, nacho. Yeah, that was a colonel. They very respectfully said, thank you, sir. Good night, sir. And he left. And next day I met him and I remembered this guy. Isko yaad hai mere ko. And I see him and like, paila ko. Aap sir, kya ho? Like, what else? Like, you have to show respect. You see a guy from the army, you have respect for him. Then this guy says, I was a colonel, like double the respect. Then he says he has seen those guys across the border. Like that for you is the ultimate thrill. ये पता उसे देखा उनको. Right? And then, so again, and I asked him, I used to pick his grades because I realized, you know, this guy knows how to deal with pressure. This guy knows how to stay calm. We are going to be worried about a time your deadline are. He had other deadlines and expectations to meet a few years back. Let's talk to this guy, right? So when you talk to these people, and that's the real value addition you get. It's not about how much operations or finance you learn. You go and talk to this guy and he gives you real life examples of how he dealt with time pressure and management. The two most commonly used terms, right? Of how do you deal with this is what tells you that, you know what, this guy, such a unique profile, he's putting the same hard work as we are. He has no incentive. Imagine 23 years, he has no incentive. He just wants to do something different to see, you know, how it's going to pan out. The ending is awesome. He's doing super well. We are in touch with him. He's in Bangalore, right? And I don't know what his current decision is, but I know he's doing super, super well.
Global Operations Director.
Sorry, something what?
Global Operations Director.
Yeah. And
yeah. So that actually sums it up. Global Operations Director. So yeah, you will feel humbled by the kind of people that you meet in entry preschool program, especially at ISB as well. Apart from the Tibetan monk, there was Virendra Sena. This current batch has Miss India runner-up and.
Just one thing on that, I think the Miss India runner-up went through while.
Yeah, she went through while.
The ISB marketing team was really keen on having her join the school so that they can use her in the brochure.
Trust me, the students aren't complaining.
Motivation to join ISB.
But the students aren't complaining. They're having a fun time. They are wonderful people that you get to meet at B school. There's a lot of learning from them. And contrary to the kernel image that we once had of him on the day one, because we were from the same section, and we all met him, we all had the same kind of feeling. They were, I mean, him and his wife, they were part of the whole, it was like one family. They are fun folks. He danced, he partied along with us. He made movies, videos, all the kinds of crazy stuff that you do in B school that you can imagine. He was part of it. He was there, the first person to be part of all of these events. It's insane. It's good.
Cool. So that. So Shikla, you know. Yeah, so there is some token of appreciation that we have for our faculty, and so we also work in the applications team. So just to give a background, though you know they are part-timers, but we over the last many years we have kind of gone. We have a personal bond. So we share exchange stories about what happens in classrooms also, kind of questions that we get and stuff. So Shikla?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think you can just do the honors. They're looking at the size, right? So you just looked at people and said, is that size cow? So if it doesn't fit, let us know. Right, so last session that we have is going to be a session where we're going to talk about the ROI of doing it. So we had a perspective of an Indian B school, so we'll now have a perspective of foreign B schools. And before that, I just wanted to tell, there is a form that you have. Can you just show me that again, please? So what I would like you to do is fill in this MBA profile gauge that is given to you, right? And what we would like you to do is fill this form and reach out to us for a profile evaluation. So people who are coming in today, right, we would like to talk to each one of you individually, one-on-one, right? So over the weekdays, you can reach out, you know the crack for full details. So make sure you reach out to us. We will try to, have a one-on-one session and tell you specific things. The other announcement that we have is that we now have a new location. So we have always been in Marathalli, but now we have a full office in Marathalli. And one of the things that we have is a lab. So you can come, take the full length test. You can sit with Manoj, who will be in the Marathalli center, and probably get an analysis of your test. There is also a study room. We also have all the books. So in case you are going to come, on a weekday, you can let us know. As I said, Manoj is our verbal faculty, so Manoj will be there in the center. So anything, Manoj? Yeah, so that's Manoj. So in case you have anything, you can directly reach out. How many of you live that side of the town? Marathalli, Srijapur, excellent. So now we have a full-fledged center that you can go to, right? So let me call for the final panel discussion. I would like to call Rishabh. So Rishabh is from London Business School, and he also worked for Prodigy, so we'll be having that part. So round of applause for Rishabh. Then we have a practical student, Ullas. So Ullas will also, so Ullas got into IE Spain this year. So France, so the Spain, Zindagi Na Milagi Dobara, he can give more. And finally, we're going to invite Mansha as well. So we have already had a discussion with Mansha, but we would like to know more about her views of, why a US MBA. So we have US MBA, we have European MBAs. So I think the first question that a lot of people have is, you had an option to do an MBA from India, let's say from an ISB or an IIM. Why would you want to spend so much and get to, let's say, a school in Europe and US? What's your thought process? Start.
So I have 3 reasons for it. Now I don't want to use the term diversity, but so I know I have a lot of my colleagues who are getting into ISB, and I wanted my experience to be very different, because I wanted my MBA journey to be an experience and not just a degree. So that was one reason. Another one was that I have worked in US for 4 to 5 months, and I really liked it there. I like the work culture there, and when I say I like the work culture, I am comparing.
Hey, is it audible over there? In the back? Am I audible? Is she audible? I think, this.
Am I audible now?
Can you increase the volume, please? So actually, I'm usually louder. My throat is a little. So yeah.
Should be audible now, right?
Yeah.
And so I really like the work culture there compared to India. And the reason for that is, again, my third reason. So I am a business analyst right now, and I want to continue in business analytics, but more in the decision-making roles. And for that, it's important that I'm in a company where analytics is used in-house. We are very great in analytics, but we are more mature from a service point of view. We provide analytics, India, we provide analytics service to to companies in US and Europe, but the mature market where there is analytics division within the company, which is getting used by that company is what I was looking for. And right now I felt that the US market is very mature for that. It has in-house analytics divisions in most of its companies. They are using data analytics in their companies itself. So that would allow me to use data and also be a part of decision-making roles. That was the third reason that I have.
Yeah, I think if you look at it, the US economy, one thing that I read recently is if California, you know the state of California, right? If California were to be a country, its GDP would make it the third largest country in the world, right? So that's how huge the economy is. So I think that's a valid point. Plus, I think it's valid.
Yeah, there were a couple of reasons for me why I chose an European MBA over an Indian or the US MBA. So let me tell you about a bit of myself. So from the time I started my career, I just started off with consulting in one of the Boston. It's called Exeter Group. It's a consulting firm based in Boston. So I just realized after like a couple of years, maybe 2 years, I thought like this is not going to work out for me. So I ventured into the startup field, and I started my first startup around 2014, and it was not going pretty well last year, and it was like really bad, like financially, emotionally, mentally, everything was like just stressed out. So that's the time when I thought like I had to shut down the startup, and I thought like I just wanted to retrack where I went wrong, like what happened through the journey. And one of the reasons which I realized was all the founders were tech-based, like all the software engineers. We didn't know about the business tactics, the analysis, a lot of things, like whenever it comes to business decisions, the strategy and stuff. So, and that's the reason when I thought I'll start off with an MBA, like this is the time when I thought I'll have to improve my business skills and the things like what I really wanted to achieve in life. And ISB was one of the first things which I came into my mind, thinking like it's in Bangalore, it's in Hyderabad, it's in India, it's in my comfort zone and stuff. But when later I started realizing what I actually wanted to do in my life, so I didn't want to give it up. Like I know I failed in the first startup, but I really didn't want to just leave at the stage saying, okay, it's done, maybe just let me get back to the corporate life. So that's when I started like taking up classes with the Crack Global, and I had a couple of sessions with Arun. And he said like, choose a school which helps you achieve what you want to be or where you want to be. So that's when I started looking across the countries which will help me grow further in the entrepreneurship role itself. So IE is one of the schools which is just there, like this is made for you, and it was started from entrepreneurs, and the entire journey is like more than 30% of the batch goes into the entrepreneurship field. So that's where I thought like that's one of the reasons where I chose the European schools, because there's a lot like diversity, there's a lot of things which already discussed, but yeah, it's like if I go into the ISB, a lot of them are engineers, the same thing. Even if I start something again, there is always a scary feeling that I might end up the same way which happened in this first one. So I started talking to the alumni with I wanted HEC Paris and also the IE Business School. So started talking to a lot of alumni, and they gave me much more perspective of how the things are over there. And the entrepreneur visa is not that tough to get in Spain. And that is one of the reasons where I thought like this is made for me. And the curriculum was really well tailored. Like there are 3 terms. First one is the core, where you get business knowledge. The second term is the startup lab, where you literally pitch in your ideas, just formalize your business plans and stuff. And none of the other business schools which I've come across have a venture lab which is integrated to the business school itself. So the last 3 months you'll be literally pitching to the investors, or like literally forming a co-founding team or trying to do something on your own. So this is what I did not get in the Indian B school, and I did not want to take a long time off my career, especially US ones is like 2 years and a lot of things with the ROI and stuff. And the third one was the ROI. Looking at it, I would say like ISB, it's coming close to 40 lakhs right now.
things like travel and stuff, like what are the tuition fee, including stuff. But looking at the IE, I just thought like I might be getting a bit of scholarship as well. So it might not be more than 50-55 lakhs. So it's not much of a difference compared to you will be having a international exposure, diversity, a lot of things which the school which I aim for. So it's not much of a difference when compared to the USB schools, which is much more. You'll have to take a huge loan. So looking at all the factors, I thought IE would be the best option for me. So that's one of the reasons why I chose the universities.
Very well articulated, I think. Rishabh, so.
Thank you. So, if I understand the question is why abroad, why
abroad,
UK? So for me, like why MBS? Like because it's MBS, it's a absolutely fantastic place to be. Study, be around with people. It's in London. It's a top 5 business school. I was exceptionally lucky to be there. And why did I think about going abroad? The answer is very simple. To say international experience, it means a lot for different people. For me, it was a stepping stone into something I wanted in the future. And also, when I thought about why international experience, what I was thinking is, what is it that international school gives, like probably an Indian school doesn't? And I was very lucky that I went to an undergraduate. My seniors went to IIMs, ISB, NBS, and I chatted with all of them. And in my undergrad, I realized all of my learning came from outside the class. So we didn't have any attendance, which was a boon for me. And I really didn't like again classes, but I learned so much by doing things outside the class. And I was looking for opportunities where I go and study, where the study does not stop at a classroom or stop from what a faculty tells you. And that's what actually NPS gave me. They were like conferences, meetings. You work with and study with people from over 100 nationalities. I can promise you I learned probably more over a pint of beer than a classroom, even though the classrooms are fantastic. But yeah, for me it was, what is it that an international B-school gives you that an Indian B-school couldn't give me?
I think that's a very valid point. So in terms of your money part, right, ROI part, so how have you, because a lot of people over here right now are thinking, Darden or London Business School or IE sounds fancy, but you know what? We are not you guys. You should see how much I have in my savings bank. Okay, I have all these EMIs running. How can I even think like 50 lakhs? Like I have not even seen like 50,000 rupees. Like how do I deal with this? How do I deal with financing my MBA? So what is it that you have done, your experience, and then something that they can aspire to?
So I didn't know that I will get scholarship, but even before that, I was not bogged down with the finances because I think for me experience was much more important, and I thought that with the loan, I'll take a loan. Again, it won't be a burden for my parents because, like Shrikant said, it's very important. What's the bank account of your father? It's very important, but I didn't want to put all the finances on them. So I won't say I was very comfortable with the loan option, but then if it had to be that, I was okay. And now, one question that will come up is, when I get a job that pays me that well that I'm able to have a good standard of living and still repay the interest, the loan and the interest. I interacted with a lot of students who got placed, and they told me about the statistics, and these are for the international students, that only 3 of the international students were not able to find jobs. For 2 of them, the colleges helped a lot. They connected with the alumni, and finally they got placed within 3 to 6 months. There was only 1 who had to return back, and they were total of 30 to 40 Indian students, of which only 3 were not able to find jobs. For the 2, the college helped a lot, and only 1 had to return. So it's not so bad. So if you look at the odds, it's just 1 out of 40, but you can look at 39 out of 40, and you can be
Good. And how is it with Europe specifically? People having a.
So looking at the most of things are based on the career reports which the school every year they send it out to a lot of students or put it up on their website. So as Mansha said, like most of the students do get placed, maybe not with the same country, maybe in the EU. There are like a lot of, since it's a EU, you can just, there's not going to be too much of visa restrictions as compared to the things happening in the US. Or you can even think of coming back home. It's not going to be the thing. So let me tell you how I did an ROI calculations for an European school. So imagine a European grad, like pre-MBA salary is going to be somewhere around 40,000 euros. So if it's a 2-year program, let me consider for a 2-year program. So it's going to be like 40 plus 40, that's 80,000, and this is excluding the living expenses and stuff, because that's going to be there even if you are working on a job or doing something else in your own country. And plus now you add on the tuition fee. The first one is going to be the opportunity cost, which you're going to lose over the 2 years. That's going to be 80,000 euros. And the next is the tuition fee, which comes in, maybe consider around like 60,000 euros is the average tuition fee across the European colleges. So overall cost is going to be 140,000 euros. But like most of the statistics says that like once you're off from one of the good schools in the Europe, your average pay is going to be somewhere like 70,000 or 80,000 euros. So the calculation which most of the business insiders, a lot of the things which they do is they negate the post-MBA salary. That's going to be 80,000 minus the pre-MBA salary. That's 40,000. So remaining is 40,000, which is divided by 1,40,000. That's going to be like, you can just do the math. It's going to be 3 years. You literally break even in 3 to 4 years if you stay back in the country. These are the just complete figures which I'm talking about. But the things which you will be breaking even at 3 or 4 years through, like, which is going to be the same for Indian B school as well. Imagine you going for an ISB, you will be taking up the loan as Arun said. Even that's not a very, it's not a very small price, like 35 to 40 lakhs. So looking at both the things, I consider like ROI is going to be like 3 to 4 years, like maybe in the India or in the Europe. Even if you don't end up a job, you will be coming back to the India with the same price. Like people do consider like ISB, IIMs like one of the top 10 business schools in the world. You do get a really good opportunities even in Asia Pacific or in India as well. So that's one of the major reasons. If this is what I thought, like as a backup option, if my venture does not pick it up or something, this is the backup option which I thought, which if you can break even within 3 years, that's a really good investment in terms of the ROI perspective. So that's it.
Yeah, so I can answer this on 2 levels, on a professional and personal level. So I work with an education loan company, so pardon me if I'm biased. But basically from like as education loan company, it's very important to understand that would you be able to repay back the loan or not, especially when we are giving loans without any collateral or co-signing. And what we see is that if you're going abroad to say US for a 2-year MBA program, tends to be quite on the expensive side, at least 1 crore. What you actually see is that people tend to stay back, work at good places, get a great salary, and statistics actually tells us that most of the people tend to work for like 5-7 years, and then come back to their home country. So that is what we are seeing. People want to like go there, get a great MBA, get great education, apply that education in a work environment for a few years, become financially stable, and then come back to the home country and add value. So you come back to India and add value. But having said that, on a personal level, very early in my undergrad, I knew like I sort of figured out that I should probably go abroad, and the choices were like, should I work for a few years and then do an MBA, or there's this new thing that had come up which is called a Masters in Management, a MIM program, which is essentially an MBA for pre-experienced people. So I heard about that. One of my seniors went for the program. He absolutely loved it. He actually started his own company in London after that. Made an exit a couple of months back and starting another company now. So I could see from a personal testimonial basis that the program had value, people are doing well, and I just applied for that and I got in. In terms of specifically ROI or like numbers, it was quite a good deal. So I would say in terms of like the investment, it was very, very comparable to ISB. At the same time, also the fact that it was earlier in my career, it was straight after my grad, it gave a big push to me as a person, and my personality, my professional graph. And I was thinking from a long term, like what does an initial push in the first year after a MEM degree mean 10 years down the line, rather than me working in a tech company for 4 years, then doing an MBA, what does it mean after that? So very comparable in terms of costs with ISB, in terms of like return on investment, like what I actually got was exposure, like the place simply blew my mind in terms of what are the things that could happen. I didn't even didn't know, like, so someone who's like, I didn't know that I didn't know, and that was me every day feeling that. So I'm very grateful for that. And in terms of like what I'm doing right now, like probably in terms of learning, it's not about just the classes, but it's about feeling comfortable with ambiguity and complexity. So the thing I learned about business is that business is making decisions with incomplete information, and you need to be comfortable with the fact that you will never have complete information. And with that kind of confidence, I feel that I can add more value to companies or wherever I work, and that will automatically mean a better financial reward for me.
Great points. So, wanted to ask if you have any questions for the panel, anything that you would like to ask them, anything about doing an MBA outside of India, anything about finances. Someone is waiting for someone else to ask the question. Okay, so I'll ask that question, and this is something that a lot of students have shared with me also, which is in terms of the uncertainty, right? So India, there is a certainty that you go into a comfort zone, and going outside of India, there is also this personal thing that you want to go outside of your comfort zone. So is that something that you're mentally prepared? Is that something that people should keep it to consideration? Like earlier I was saying that I'm a vegetarian. If I were to go to Europe, I would struggle, right? So what are the kind of things that you probably have thought through from a comfort zone perspective?
So one of my reasons for doing an MBA from an international school is that I want to push myself out of my comfort zone. So like I said, why I want that exposure is to prove myself, and to prove yourself, you have to improve what you already are, right? So that was one of the reasons I'm mentally prepared, and I'm a vegetarian, but I don't think that's an issue. There are workarounds for everything, and this is an important thing to keep going in life, that there is workaround for everything. So these are very little things to bother about. How will you settle in US? Will you be able to make friends? It's a completely new setup, new culture, etc. I am rather excited about knowing, to get exposed to the newness. So I'm looking forward to meet people who are very different, people from different culture, from different background, different professional background. So I think that is something we should not hold ourselves back, but we should really look forward to.
Part of the excitement of MBA.
Yes.
Alright, for me, I was never in my comfort zone. That's the thing which I started from the time after my engineering. So quit my well-paying job, then started something, failed, again wanted to do something. So I always live by the things like, if not now, then. So, and I'm a Bangalorean and I'm a vegetarian. I've never gone outside Bangalore for the last 26 years. So this is going to be like one of the things which I realized was you have to be self-dependent at some point of time. So this is a really good opportunity for me to, instead of being in the comfort zone, everything is taken care of. So I just want to put myself into another challenge where I can really push myself, just learn something which I haven't done before. And like especially with cooking, like I always used to call my mom, is the lunch ready or something? And from past 2 months I'm going to kitchen, I'm like, oh, this is the way the things are done. So you're always going towards something new. Like if you're always in the comfort zone, then I don't think it's going to be worth it in the long run. And in Europe, the Spanish is going to be one of the things, like you'll have to learn a new language. And it's always good to always know an international language, something with French or Spanish. So there's a lot of benefits when it comes to like the language, like the ethnicity and the things, and the exposure which you will attain at some point, like meeting a lot of different people as the diversity which people are just mentioning about. And one of the things which I heard from one of the alumni is, this might be with most of the colleges, if it's a class of 50, they're going to cut down your batch into like 5 or 6 in a group, and they're going to make sure each of them is not only from the same ethnic background or with the same profession. So it might be an accountant, it might be a finance, it might be HR, it might be engineer, entrepreneur. So you tend to think in like 6 different views. It's not only the one view which you, like if they're giving you a case study, you'll be thinking in 6 different prospects. So that's one of the things which I thought like any international MBA would be, and especially with the Europe, which has like 90 different nationalities involved. So that's one of the reasons which I always wanted to push myself out of the comfort zone. So it's going to be good in the long run. That's my main reason.
You also mentioned about cooking, right? So make sure you get a lot of Maggi.
Yeah.
Cooking for Indian men is mostly Maggi.
I think I might not stick to being a vegetarian. That's what I'm doing.
Great. So my answer might be slightly more expansive because I've done my master's at MBA abroad. So first of all, I was in London, so strong Indian presence. Could always go to South Hall of Wembley, get Indian food. We have Savannah Bhavan, we have all the places you can think of. But also my favorite restaurant, Indian restaurant, is in London. Doesn't have a branch in India. But anyhow, having said that, for me, like going abroad and studying was actually growing up as a person. Because you need to wake up on your own, you need to manage your own timetable, you need to set up your calendars, you need to be responsible for yourself, by say, be cooking, making sure you don't burn your clothes when you're ironing them, or just be, a man, I would say. So that's what going abroad makes you. But like from a personal experience apart, I would say professionally speaking, especially for you guys, probably more for you, is the recruitment in US or abroad is very, very different from what happens in India. So in India, there's a concept of placements where companies will come down to campus, pick people, they have a list, oh, I want 7 people from this campus, and they will pick 7 people. All right, Baker McKinsey or whoever, every company comes with a number. However, any international MBA, be it a Harvard or a IE or MBA, any caliber, does not have that campus, does not have that concept. So you might have companies coming down to campus, they'll have presentation talks, they'll explain about their company, they'll explain and expand on the roles available and what are they looking in the candidates to be part of the recruitment process and apply for the roles. But there is no hard and fast rule that you're going to pick XYZ number of people from a certain business school. It doesn't work that way. And what it means for you is that you have to go and reach out to the company. You have to go online, create an application. You have to submit it in time, not like India. You have to network. You have to meet the right people. You have to understand what are they looking for in a candidate. And in general, it's more about being more proactive. So in India, it's very reactive. Like companies come down, you know you will get placed. You know that the campus has to make sure there's 100% placement record, so that people come next year. But in a business school, the career service team will help you. They will, like she was mentioning, they will help you connect with alumni. They will help you connect with all the different resources, everything. But you will have to go and do everything that needs to be done. They can help you, they can explain what the path is, but you need to walk. And I think that is a huge change and shift in mindset that I've seen a few Indians struggle with, especially if they're like engineering enterprise used to the placement system. That's kind of unfortunate. So I would always make sure that please understand that you go abroad, the school will give you all the resources, opportunities, but you have to make the most of it. You will not be spoon-fed. And even if you get an interview, like after getting an interview, it's about who you are as a person. It's about, can that interviewer hang out with you in an airport for 10 hours if a flight gets cancelled? Please don't forget that part.
Very interesting. So in fact, we are a student, so you talk about networking in India, it's a different thing. Networking usually involves a lot of alcohol. So he was a teetotaler. No, he was a teetotaler. So he said, you know, he used to go for pubs and you don't want to be like phantom, right? With like a glass of milk. So he said his whole decoy was he used to have like Coke, right? So people don't know what you're drinking. And after 3 pegs, so they don't even care what you're drinking. But the idea is to kind of go around with a glass of Coke pretending that you're drinking. That's what he told. So, but I think that was very insightful. Thanks a lot for the panel. Thanks, Mansha. So, I think, yeah, so we can. So, again, a token of appreciation from our side for the 3 panelists.
Thank you.
So in fact, can Suraj just give me one of those? No, you can give it to them instead. So I just wanted to show what is it that we were actually giving, in case you're wondering. So we actually have this nice cool hoodie that the team made. I wanted to show you something which is one of my favorite quotes. So that comes on the hoodie. So can you just read this out? Can you just read this out? So if you've seen Star Wars, there's a character called Yoda. You know? So Yoda has this quote, it says, do or do not. There is no try. Okay? So when you keep saying, I want to try something, so it's either you do it or you don't, you know, cannot get it over. So thanks a lot, guys. So all of you are going to get this, provided you get into a B school next year. So thanks for being patient in the last 10 minutes. Yeah. I know that, Nikhil. Okay, so Abhinandan, yeah.
So yeah, token of appreciation for Abhinandan.
So token of appreciation for Abhinandan, you're not left out. We got an extra large size. Anudeep. So another thing that I have to tell you about Anudeep, I wasn't able to recognize him. He has lost 30 kilos. I'm not kidding you. He's lost 30 kilos in the last, I don't know, 3 months. Right? So he's going to write 2 blogs on the Crackable site. 1, how I got into INSEAD. 2nd, how to lose 30 kilos. 2nd blog I'm going to read. Hi. So thanks for being patient. Then the last one that we have Nikhil, who is from IE Spain, and he represents Prodigy Finance. So he'll be giving a presentation on the whole thing, you know, about the funding part. So over to you, Nikhil. So I think there is time. Oh, one second. So really. Sorry, this is what happens. Memory loss issues, especially after. Is that Guhaprasad or I just took and. No, I just still need to. Now that he knows what is there inside, I think we can do it. That's okay, just hold it inside. Just don't put it on the So just give it, please. So thanks a lot. Really sorry. Should we get just stay back for another couple of minutes, please? Just stay back, please. Just stay back, please.
Hi everyone. Yeah, while we're getting the audio-visual set up, we're actually going to have the screen down and I'll be showing you a brief presentation. But just to set the context for today, you probably heard my colleague Rishabh Goel here on the panel as well. So he's as he said, from London Business School. I myself did my MBA at IE Business School a couple of years ago.
And I'm going to be talking to you not about IE Business School, happy to do that later, but about Prodigy Finance, the firm that I represent. So Rishabh and I are country managers here for Prodigy Finance here in India. And just to give you a brief of how the company actually came about, it's the classic problem that an entrepreneur faces in their personal lives. In our case, it was our founder, Cameron Stevens, who's from INSEAD. He was a South African. And 10 years ago, he struggled to see himself through INSEAD because funding was such an issue. And when he graduated, he realized that this is something, not just a personal problem, but I want to make sure no other international student faces this problem. And he did it straight out of INSEAD. He set up Prodigy Finance 10 years ago. And he initially started with funding just INSEAD students themselves. Thereafter moved to other business schools in Europe. For the last couple of years, also been covering MBA in the US, and since last year we're also doing MS in the US as well as law and public policy master's programs in the US. Yeah, well, that's coming down. So we're glad to say as of now this is our 10th year of operations, and we cover over 100 universities globally, close to 95 business schools globally, right? Our benchmark is the Financial Times Top 100. The list is out every year. And we endeavor to cover all those schools in the Financial Times Top 100 for business schools, right? Specifically, I think all of you guys are doing business schools, master's programs. Again, our model is extremely unique, and that is something I need a presentation to explain to you, so just give me a minute. Great, so that's us, Prodigy Finance. Move on to the next. Yeah. So again, that's me, Nikhil. I'm the country manager along with Rishabh. Between the two of us, we actually manage India as a business. This is where the highest number of our borrowers are. Historically, we've helped over close to 7,000 students from over 115 countries. And out of that, over 2,000 have come from India alone. So just to give you a very brief background about myself before we dive into this. I started out with my undergrad at University of Pune. I don't know why you can't see the map. And then I moved on to do my PGDM at IIT Ghaziabad. Then I worked at IBM Canada as a strategy and transformation consultant for a few years. Came back briefly to Bangalore. I was with a big data analytics firm called Antwit. And then went on to IE Business School in Spain to do my international MBA. Came back to Bangalore, worked with the enterprise SaaS startup called Traction, and here I am today speaking to you as a country manager for Prodigy Finance. So the first question, this is something all of us have been briefed on today, but like, why would you even go for a postgrad in the first place, right? Top three things, not necessarily in order. You do want to recruit in another job market, not just study there. And like Rishabh said earlier, we tend to see most people spending about 5 years in a foreign market that they've studied in, and then looking to return to the home countries. Certainly enhancing skill sets, not all of us, I think this was mentioned earlier today, not all of us can just do like an upgrad course or a simply learn and say, hey, you know what, I'm a master at this. It probably bridges a small delta gap. But to actually enhance your skill sets, very often, it's a great idea to do a master's program and actually go back to the classroom. Third, and again, like I said, not necessarily in order, this is very often number one for a lot of people, international experience. And not just studying in an international cohort, but studying in what looks like the United Nations when you enter the classroom. And also, thereafter, like I said, also having the opportunity to recruit and work in an international environment. So then again, like, why should you even think of studying abroad? And this question has been around and throughout the day, and we've heard various aspects of it, but this is our view on it, right? So we start with saying, what's the actual cost of studying abroad? We're talking about test prep and applications, just like what you guys are going through at this phase. There is the actual cost of attendance, both tuition and living expenses, which can go very high, as we know, especially for 2-year US programs. And then there's the opportunity cost. Most of you here are working, earning pretty good salaries, any way you look at it, right? And you actually got to give up that salary for a year or maybe 2. You might give up a promotion that you could possibly have had. right? So that is the cost, it all adds up. But as you see here, the scales are tilted, and there's a reason for that. The benefit, the cost is one time. The benefit that you will actually incur is every year, year on year, and it only goes higher, right? So one is you certainly do start with an enhanced salary if you were to graduate and work in the same geography, which is my understanding what most of you are looking at least immediately. Improved skills and career satisfaction for sure. You're moving on from a 9-to-5 job to a career that you actually enjoy and love, and that's where growth comes from eventually. Personal growth, like I said, hard to quantify this, but for a lot of people it is the international exposure, you make personal connections, you build a network, a few years down the line you're an entrepreneur, your ex-classmates become your partners, your business as well as recruitment, right? You could work for them, they could work for you, the possibilities are endless. And then, the intangibles that we speak of, right? So again, very hard to put a dollar value to this, but you ask any B school, any international graduate, 10 years down the line, the number one takeaway is not my first job or how much I'm earning or what car I drive, it is your international network. And that the best way to do that is to study at an international school. So let's talk about what we're here about today, which is how do you go about financing your studies abroad. I would say, number one, please by all means start with scholarships. Nothing like free money, right? Having said that, when you look for scholarships, start with the school financial aid page. You can also look at various government scholarships, like in the UK, there are the Great Britain scholarships. In the US, there's Fulbright and so on. There's also philanthropy. There are a lot of very large family offices in various countries actually putting in a lot of philanthropic money towards higher education. By all means, look at that. And Prodigy Finance, that's why we're here today. We also have scholarships, incidentally, and I'll take you through a bit of that in detail. The challenges, of course, is yes, demand exceeds supply. Everyone does want a scholarship. And the other thing is, even if you do secure a scholarship, chances are, we saw a candidate here about 80%, that is amazing. Chances are, very often, even no matter what your scholarship is, you will have a gap that you will still need additional source of funds for. Which brings us to the next thing. A lot of you guys, most of you guys are working. You do have certain savings that I've set aside. By all means, try to use your savings first. If not all of them, at least part of them towards your further studies. And yeah, of course, family, friends, goodwill, it all helps, it all adds to your budget. Explore all these. Talking about the actual education loan options, 3 categories. The first one is what we call a host lender. It's in the country that you're going to study at. So Abhinandan mentioned earlier, like if it were Canada or the US for that matter, you would need a co-signer if you're going to get a loan from a local bank. And while all of us would love to have a rich uncle or a good friend out there in North America, unfortunately that's not always the case. Domestic lenders, we're aware of who they are here in the Indian market specifically. More often than not, for the kind of sums that you require, especially for a 2-year master's program in the US, they would expect collateral. And then that's where we come and say, from the day of inception, from the 10 years that we've been in existence, we have been both a no collateral and a no co-signer company. That does not change irrespective of which program you're applying to, which country you're going to, or which country's citizen you are. So let's actually look at Prodigy Finance at a glance. I'm not sure why that map's not showing up, but there's a world map somewhere out there. We funded close to 130 nationalities since we started almost 9 years ago. Close to 7,000 students. Over $300 million in funds have been dispersed. We can legally lend to 150 countries on Earth. It's actually easier for us to put up a list of countries we can't lend to, such as the usual suspects, North Korea and others. And we do all this as a fintech company with just over 100 employees. That's how lean we are. We're headquartered in London, UK. We also have a business development office in New York City. We have an operations team sitting out of Cape Town in South Africa. And Rishabh and I are here on the ground in India. So what exactly is the Prodigy Finance difference? Like I said, I need to show you a presentation to tell you how we are unique as a lender. It starts and goes all the way back to a source of funding. We're not a bank. We don't have a lot of savings accounts where we can just like channel them into other areas. Sorry, I think it's just moved ahead. Yeah, so we actually depend on a community of investors. A lot, there's like multiple sources of investment. We're talking about some of the investors are actually alumni from the top schools that you guys are going to. 5 to 10 years after the graduate, they want to give back. They also get a return on their investment. Some of the schools that you're going to are also investors in essentially education loans. These are bonds that we float on the European Stock Exchange with Credit Suisse. So again, institutional investors are our partners as well. There are family offices too. So again, unique source of funding. Coming to the credit assessment, instead of just looking at your previous salary or what your score is, right, which is good, that is historical, we have a data science model which is proprietary, which we have continuously enhanced over the last decade, that also looks at your postmaster's income, which school you're going to, what's the average income and the growth that in careers that folks see when they go with your profile to your school. And we use all that to actually customize and come up with a specific interest rate per applicant per school. We don't use a one-size-fits-all model. We don't believe that is fair to an applicant such as you or to the school that you're going to, and therefore we customize the interest rates. Having said that, the loan size can be up to 80% of cost of attendance, which is plus tuition plus living. And I heard this come up earlier in the day. Note that this is for the US. Rest of the world, it is up to 100% of cost of tuition. Interest assessment, I explained, it's a cumulative scorecard over 50 parameters, and that's how we arrive at a unique interest rate. The upper limit of that, it's a fixed rate, is up to 8.5%. That in turn floats on the LIBOR. That's the only variable part of the loan. The LIBOR currently in the US, 3-month LIBOR is just over 1%. So we're talking about an absolute upper limit of interest that accrues under a loan of 9.51% as of now. And again, I reiterate, that's the upper limit. It is possible, given your profile and the school you're going to, that you would be offered a lower interest rate than this. Application process from day one, 100% online, completely branchless. And we're proud to be this way because since we don't have an army of salespeople or a big fancy building downtown, we actually reduce our cost of lending and we pass that on to you with what we believe to be very competitive rates. Again, we're completely transparent from day one. You can log on to our portal and free of cost. If you're making multiple applications, you can do that online. And within 30 minutes, you can actually get a provisional quote that will tell you, here's how much we can lend you, here's the interest rate, and here's the period in which we can lend back, right? Again, we've been completely transparent about that. We're also telling you right now, even before you apply for a loan, that there is absolutely no penalty on prepayment at any point of time. You can start prepaying the day after the loan is disbursed while you're studying. There's no mandatory repayment at that time. There's a 6 months grace period after you graduate. At any period in that time, you can pay back any amount you wish. And of course, after that, the mandatory repayment is needed. And again, we're a community model, right? So we don't treat this as a transaction. We believe in relationships. So it's not just saying, hey, here's a loan, sign off, and see you later when you want to repay. It's also about, hey, this is the school you're going to, great. We have ambassadors on campus at that school who can help you make a nice soft landing at that school. They've already been there, they know how things work. Things like bank accounts, connections, everything else, the networks, right, that you want to build. We have like a huge alumni of a network that is borrowed from us who are now working across the globe. So we can also help you with careers, which we're doing, and we have partners for that. We're also very happy to stay engaged with you when you're on campus. We sponsor a lot of events, cultural events like Holi and Diwali, festivals at various campuses globally, as well as specific events. I mean, we are a fintech company and we sponsor a lot of fintech events globally as well on campus. So again, like I was just going back to what I was saying before we started this presentation, we support over 100 universities, close to 100 B schools globally, and again, over 35 programs for MS and things like that. Moving on to the big question, why are we in this room, why am I talking to you? Are you even eligible? Absolutely. Here we go. No cosigner, no collateral. You don't have to drag in your parents and ask them to hypothecate their house that they've saved for all their lives, right? You don't need a cosigner in the US or whichever country you're going to either. No upfront fee at all. If you're making 5 applications, like I believe that's usually the upper limit. If you have no problem, you can make 5 applications for loan online and get 5 provisional offers. It just takes half an hour. No documents required, only if you actually choose to accept the provisional offer when we ask you to upload documents. Again, only soft copies, right? It takes us up to a couple of weeks to review that, and we're good to go. Most importantly, you need to be attending a school and program that we support. So like I said, our benchmark since inception has been the Financial Times Top 100. So feel free to look at that list. And yeah, I mean, essentially your own source of funds and the Prodigy loan should, in the very minimum, add up to your cost of attendance, which is tuition plus living. We want to ensure, as a responsible lender, for the very minimum, you can see yourself through your study period. What's your rate going to be? I explained this earlier. Up to an upper limit of 8.5%. This in turn floats on the LIBOR. For now, the US 3-month LIBOR is 1.01%. So the highest interest rate that will accrue on your loan as of now is 9.51%. Very high chance it could be lower. And like I said, it's determined on a very customized model that we have using over 50 variables, customized to the student and the school year round. The loan size, again, like I said, is up to 80% of cost of attendance, institution plus living. And the good thing about it is I got a couple of questions on this. We are very flexible when it comes to your year two. A lot of you who are doing 2-year programs, especially in the States, right? So you would get a loan offer for year one, which you digitally sign off after you reach the US. We disperse the funds directly to the school. You don't have to stress out about transferring and losing out on forex and things like that. But more importantly, at the end of year one, we would reach out to you. You would have a provisional offer for year two. We will reach out to you in time to say, hey, this is time now to formalize that year two offer. You might have to again, disclose some basic documents just to make sure it's all good. And there you go, right? So at that point of time, and this is a year down the line, a lot of things could change for you. You might get a teaching assistant, research assistant, that's good money, right? You may do a fantastic job at a summer internship and hey, you have a job waiting for you with like 100K plus salary. The offer's there, right? Or on the person front, you might have a windfall on personal, family, whatever the case may be. By all means, please come back to us and tell us about this, and we're happy to disperse a different amount to you for year two. We will actually resize your loan for year two. Whatever amount it is, it could be lower. And if it needs to be higher, and we're convinced that that's possible, there is room for a higher disbursement. We can do that as well. So we're completely flexible with that. And yeah, the great thing is, since last year, we have been giving out Prodigy Finance scholarships as well. $10,000, 10 of them this year as well. We're being very fair, equal number for business and engineering. So you guys can apply to 5 of these right up till the end of November. The amazing thing, no more essays, right? It's purely quantitative factors that we use, and the amount, if you do get this award, would be credited to your Prodigy Finance loan account. So again, let me just wrap up with this. I want to leave some time for Q&A. Why Prodigy Finance? Most importantly, this is what we stand for. No collateral, no cosigner, that is not going to change. Flexible loan terms, like I said, especially for year two, if you want to resize a higher amount, different amount, lower amount. Careers and networking, we're not transactional, it is a relationship. We're looking at you guys as potential investors in Prodigy Finance 5 to 10 years down the line, right? And therefore, we want to stay connected with you while you're studying, with careers, with network, with sponsoring various events while you're on campus, with connecting you to Prodigy Finance ambassadors that we have at most of the top schools globally, even before you get there. And yes, we're very proud to be a fintech company, super simple UI, UX provide, just check it out. Less than half an hour, you get a free quote. It couldn't really be simpler than that. And it all is built around what we call a community model. Our investors, the schools that we work closely with, we have a dedicated team in New York and London that does that. And of course, most importantly, our borrowers. And yeah, just a quick one there. This is the Prodigy Finance team, right? Like I said, 100 plus of us. And Prodigy Finance makes an explicit endeavor to recruit from top schools globally. And the reason for this is simple. I mean, Rachel here is from London Business School. I went to IE. Our manager sits in New York. She's a Chicago Booth grad. Our founder was from INSEAD. So essentially, there's a reason to this, right? Prodigy Finance believes that if they recruit from top schools, they recruit people who've actually been through the pain points, the challenges, the highs and lows that you guys are going to go through. And therefore, as we said, because we're relationship-based, we can make that connection. And very often, that's what actually helps to actually see you guys through, right? It's that connection knowing that I know exactly what you're talking about because I've been there before. And yeah, just to wrap it up, this is what we believe. Getting into your university of choice, your dream school should be the hard part, not funding it. And that's where we come in. So that said, I promise to keep this short. There's an email ID there, info@Prodigy Finance, generic, but feel free to ask any specific questions for your school or any other questions you have. And we're here to answer. But like now that I'm here today in front of you, and Rishabh will invite you to come up as well, feel free to shoot some questions.
Any questions, or it's been a long day for you guys? Long day?
No worries.
No worries. So you know how to reach us. You know our website. You can Google us. You can research us, and please feel free to reach out to us later on. All right. Thank you for staying.
Thank you so much.
Just before we leave, token for Nikhil as well.
Thanks.
So, yeah, thanks, Nikhil. So, last but not the least, I would also like to thank the Crack Global team, Sandeep. So you can just come on, Sandeep. Ashmeej and Suryanshu, who's been taking the pictures. So, thanks a lot. This is the marketing team and obviously the whole Crack Global team. So, thanks a lot, guys. So I hope the session was useful. As I said, make sure you fill out the forms with you. Make sure you contact us in the next 2 weeks. Make sure you get your profile evaluated. All right? Thank you.